like a shady background and just did not go for it and shut him right the fuck down, and left him with his tail between his legs, taking Kefi back to the Brimstone Citadel, the dwarves. I think we fast forwarded a bit at the end where you guys visited the halflings to finally the last part to discuss the summit, the meeting of the leaders at the Cartography Society, because that felt like a neutral ground, or at least a safe spot, because the Scorched Academy was thrown around, and I think you guys had learned that maybe not a particularly good place to have this. Sped through you meeting the druids who were happy to come along as well, Salanwe. And I think you went back to the Brimstone Citadel for the night's rest, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if everyone marked their long rest, but feel free to do so if not.
We leveled up as well, I think.
Yeah, level 8. Yes, I should think. Yep, everyone looks like on the same page. Wonderful. Okay. So, as you guys settle in, I'll say there's probably a makeshift barracks that they offer to you to spend the night together. So it is the 6 of you in this bunk. Theo at the time has been speaking with Fane Belfast, so they were discussing for a lot of the night, so you didn't really see much of him for the remainder of the evening. Neither of Panda as well, who seems to have gotten in well with the Fane at the same time. During the night, it's mostly restful. It's just it's not claustrophobic, but it's that feeling that you're inside a mountain. There's that low level of heat in there that's just making it a little bit stuffy and a little bit uncomfortable. Something that the dwarves are used to, but most of you are just used to maybe open air or houses above ground. So it's as comfortable as you can make it. But with the fights that had gone on the previous day, sleep comes quickly eventually. And as the hours pass, some of you are in the meditative state that elves are known for, and I think 2 of you are actually sleeping now. We're up to 2. As the dawn comes, I'll need Amy in the private chat, please.
Oh God. She's gonna eat us all.
Already.
Okay, it's time to switch her on and off again.
Yeah,
I timed it just right. What you meant?
It'll be the plague.
Yeah.
It'll be how the plague's affecting her.
God, we gotta figure this out really quickly.
The drow said she wasn't. Did she not say she wasn't that far fixing it anyway? She's missing something. She's missing like one thing from it, but she's not sure what it is.
Don't know. Well, we can always kill her and bring her back. Always an option. Just make sure no one gets possessed by that thing.
It's the last option.
If she dies, that thing infects someone else.
Yep.
I do like the idea of it bouncing to something else, but it's just how to control that. It's going to be really,
That's what Sophie's worry was, is that she didn't want it to bounce onto somebody and then it to be like given to somebody that doesn't have any self-control and they go ballistic.
Yeah.
Or we just get Barrow to stand next to her.
Yeah.
Problem solved. Until when she starts rolling. Death zone.
That's when it gets scary, isn't it? Maybe a con check or something.
Yeah. Constitution, insight, perception.
Oh god.
Roll a new should we roll a new character? 4d6.
It's an unusual amount of rolls.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where we're going to go next. I think she mentioned about Serge and Marjorie. I'm not sure what we're doing.
We've got a meeting with halflings, druids, and dwarves.
Well, that's what time is that? Dawn or is that midday?
Midday.
Can't remember what time it said. Midday. So if it's the morning, then we might as well see how far Healer's got. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, don't stop at my house.
People just remembering what you're that's all.
Yeah, no, that's great. Well, we'll come back to that then. So as what you assume is early morning. There's no windows or outside thing, but you feel somewhat rested. You come to in the barracks. It's the 6 of you still. How would you like to proceed?
Should we get some breakfast to start with? We've got a busy day. Meetings and whatnot.
Yeah, probably best to.
Right, where are we staying again? We're in the
With the
mountain.
dwarves.
Dwarves. We'll put a request in for some cheesecake.
I don't know if they can provide cheesecake.
Well, outside yourselves, the only people that currently reside are the three dwarves, the captain, the thane, and the magester, Panda, and Theo, who currently occupy. They've not managed to reinforce during the night. They've just as well recuperated as best they can as well. So they can probably find you some rations, but it's not going to be anything as elegant as a hero's feast or a cheesecake or anything to that extent.
Further druids. Well, shall we try and track down this doctor?
No, she's across the hall.
Yes.
Is she not?
Well, if she's across the hall, it's easier to track her down. Let's go sort her out.
Okay. So leading out the back door. So what was the front of the gate before entering the bridge is the second barracks, the one that I think you had the fight with when one of you misty stepped through the doorway, which Kefi had set up the lab during the evening. Approach, knock on the door. There's no response.
Moose, you know what to do.
Right, okay. Moose will give the door another knock. Hello? I'm going to try and open the door.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it was closed properly. As soon as you put your hand there, it just loosely swings open to motion. You see inside. For a start, there is just Kefi at a table. She's got all these vials. She's got all this chemical equipment, but she's sort of not asleep, but just half-assed looking at the vial she's got in hand. She looks very tired, exhausted. It seems like she's been working throughout the night, but there's some sort of basic motor function going on where she's just not doing the motions, even though there's nothing in her hand of vials pouring into vials, etc.
Oh shit, I'll close the door and go, sorry, I forgot to step, guys, and I'll put my ear against it.
You're learning.
What?
I can't do
You hear
anything.
muffled.
I'll open the door again. And then... Oh. Sorry guys, I forgot. Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Oh, that was a quick nap. Hey.
Hey. So you're getting plenty of sleep?
No, don't sleep. I'm a drow.
Yeah. I mean, surely you still need to, rest or whatever it is that.
Oh yeah, but I wasn't doing any of that.
So
Ask for a cure, Moose. Ask for the cure.
you got that cure yet?
Well, and she's like wiping some like ink parchment or ink from parchment stuck on her face, so she just sort of wipes off and starts like checking the vials that she's been. There's a wooden vial rack, and there's only one vial in it. It's got this sort of purple, thick purple solution with silver glittery in, and she pulls it out, and she's like the cork's still on the top, and just shows it to you. Well, I think this might do the job. There's a couple of things I need to tell you first. I've not had a chance to test it. No one's tested it on, so there's a bit of risk.
Up her hand. I am happy to test this.
And on that note, on the second part is this is the only vial I have currently. So I could recreate it. It's going to take a lot more to then do more over time. Otherwise, if we say we're comfortable with this being a solution quickly, I can produce more by replicating or extrapolating this mixture over and over again quickly. So it's your decision, but you could take it right now and then see how well it goes, or I can sort of get a few more running quickly now.
Well, it'd be pointless getting more running quickly now if we don't know it works. You may as well be replicating.
Does something awful.
Well, yeah, that's fair. You're welcome to try it.
Do you have any of the virus with you?
Not the strain of it, no. If it was to be in, wait, I don't keep it.
It's a shame because I was thinking of we could infect the orc boy and then test to see if it solved the problem.
You could just cough all over him if you want.
I'm just going to shrug.
I mean, that sounds like a good hypothesis if he's willing to.
No. I mean, we need the orc to get to Livy.
So
I am perfectly willing to help.
Amazing. And Seffi comes up super close to you, like grabs your
Bends down.
shirts here and just coughs right in your face. All the things we've been told not to do.
You like me just shake around just so you can maximum surface area.
Yeah, as Seffi comes to you, you realise there's a deep sweat like burning across her brow. Her skin's quite warm and sort of moist to the touch. She's clearly suffering a little bit as she just gives you the full 9 yards as close as possible to your face, of which you happily accept.
Yeah, he gently taps a hand that Seffi's got on him and says, You have a child. I have my own task to do, but you have a child, and she needs her mother. And if we need to test a cure, then it's better it be tested on me and Fel and Harper, and then hopefully you'll receive a more accurate cure for yourself.
I was thinking more. I'll be the guinea pig, and you're like the secondary, infected person if she needs more infected people.
It might take time for you for it to grow in you, as it were.
Did anybody think about extracting Seffi's blood and just putting it in that? Instead of, infecting another whole person? Anybody that crossed anyone's mind that if we wanted to test it, we just take a little bit of Seffi's blood, put it in a vial, put it in there, let it sink in, then have a look?
Problem with that feeling is that my blood is a bit fucky anyway. And we don't know how much fuckiness is coming from plague.
Yeah, if
and
she studied the virus, she would know which is which within the blood, right? That's how that works. You've got to be able to decipher. You can't just look at blood and go, hey, that's infected. Right?
There is also a slight caveat that Orkisu may need to look at their immunities. As you suffered the cough in the face, but there may be something in the back of your mind where you don't actually remember the last time you were sick. You were actually sick. And that might have something to do with your devotion. as you take this fall in the face.
I was willing to try.
But you won't know until well, no, it takes about a day or so to set in.
Shall we do in the meantime? We've got a bit of time until the summit.
But let's give the cure to Sephi first.
Yep, I will happily be guinea pig.
Okay, Kefi offers it out to you, and there's a very long outstretched hand as she offers the vial, to the point where you're thinking she's trying to keep her distance from you. After you just coughing up into someone's face very willingly.
You best stand next to our orc friend in case you need turning back on again.
Down the hatch, and she just nicks it.
Yeah, it's a horrible combination of thick, gloopy texture and this sort of root vegetable flavour of uncooked potatoes and turnips, and just unpleasant slurry as it comes out of the vial and goes down your throat. Takes a minute, and you're looking at the group, and they're all very eagerly looking at you just to see if there's anything, how you're feeling, is anything happening, and it takes about 5 to 10 minutes before you even notice anything, but you start to feel your skin begins to feel a little bit cooler. You feel like there's a bit of energy coming back. Yeah, so you scrub off that point of exhaustion for now. But at the moment, it looks to be working.
Oh, I feel better, I think.
Anyone got any jokes?
No.
What
No, I'm not even going to do that.
Dyslexic man walks into a bra. Does Sephi laugh?
Would Sephi be laughing?
Well, if you found it funny, yes, but if you don't find it funny, no.
No.
I think we're okay.
A horse walks into a bar and the barman says, "Why the long face?"
If he just blinks at you, stone-faced.
She's cured.
The drow kicks in. What's a monk's favourite drink? Water? No. Okay, I think it's doing that.
What's the best cheese to hide a horse? Mascarpone. No, she's cured.
I'm leaving the room. I'm not dealing with this.
Alvacon save from everyone. No. Maybe a wisdom save. No. But the room is dead silent, and this is bombing harder than a comedy nightclub stand-up comedian. Just is the first night. Just nothing coming across your mind, Sevi. It's just not funny.
Tough audience. Is the orc laughing yet?
The orc is having a good chuckle at all of them.
Infected.
No, I think he's just a fan of really bad jokes.
What do you mean bad jokes?
Bad jokes.
I thought they were really good dad jokes, to be quite honest.
And being a dad, you should know this.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, I'm not the joke type.
There's always a good time to start.
No, thank you.
Moose is just going to walk out. He doesn't want to part of this conversation right now.
Look at Moose and his character. Not opening his mouth.
After that, there's that 10-minute period and maybe 15 minutes as the jokes go. Kefi will approach you, Sephi, and just sort of it's very rough manhandling of just checking the wrists, going up your arms, checking your face, sort of pulling your cheeks apart, giving you a once over, but much so like a farmer would do a horse for a show rather than a doctor would with a bedside manner. It's very, very regimented and very just checking you over. Redness in the eye seems to be receding. The patient doesn't seem to be finding anything funny, but that could just be the lack of material. Okay, so I'll say this. I'm going to go ahead and put some more of this into production. It's going to take a bit longer. I'll probably be able to get a few more vials out within the day. But in the meantime, if you notice anything unusual or any of the symptoms coming back, please come back to me immediately, because it could be this has not worked, or it's only been a stopgap, or it could have made things like better to start and then worse later. So this is new medicine, so it's all very experimental.
Fine by me.
She goes to her knapsack and she pulls out. There's like a little round circle, like with an adhesive back and a smiley face on, and she puts it on your shoulder. There you go.
She just taps it. Thank you.
Good patient.
I have
Would you like a lollipop? I don't have them.
a question for Kathy. If she's been cured, does that mean she can't get it again, or is she still able to get it?
I don't know. This is, like I said, very experimental. This is the first time I've ever used this, or I'll try to use this. I don't know if this is a fuel immunity or a temporary measure. That's a sort of time will tell situation. But if nothing reoccurs within the next 24 hours or so, it should have took the biscuit. That should be okay.
Okay.
We'll know before then. And as for you, Orc, just in future, I know I advocated it, but I'm for the science. If someone offers to cough in your face again, just maybe say no.
Just don't accept it.
I shall take your expertise in mind.
No, yeah, that's good.
She doesn't even know if it's going to work. I wouldn't say she's an expert.
No.
I did make the thing.
More expert than any of us, I'm sure.
Well, we had a plan to cure it. It's just no one opted for that plan.
Wasn't it
Pretty
very
confident. You got coughed in the face, you'd turn sick. I'd say I'm an expert. That was going to happen.
Normally, I get time to test it on small animals and birds and stuff, and I can start working my way up to people then.
You know, we should probably tell the teachers a meeting, because they don't know yet.
The druids do. You did tell them before, but it was that part where we sped up before the last day,
Okay.
the end of the last day.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah. All the groups are aware, and I'll say I think you all agreed it was going to be sort of midday, so 12 o'clock-ish. And at the moment, you're looking at 9 in the morning. Quite, not super early, but enough to be comfortable. Some time to spend.
Great. How do we kill time?
Here's an idea, and I'm going to pull my cube out.
Oh, here we go.
This will take at least 6 seconds.
Did you not say you were doing the last one?
Yeah, but you get to watch.
No, okay.
Can we watch from a distance?
Yeah, as soon as you brought it out, Sephi has taken a good 10 paces back.
The cough in your face, absolutely. Possibly exploding cube. Back of the room.
All right. Rub my hands together.
God. I'm behind Sephi.
Pick it up. Give it a few practice tosses. Let's go.
Toss it.
2d6 Jordan, yeah?
I'll say because of your recent adventures into coin tossing and probably having a little bit more knack in the sleight of hand, what I'll say instead is if you do a sleight of hand with advantage rather than rolling a d6, I'll see if you can't force the number.
Let's go, boy!
Can you add some of your bonuses?
You think it's not quite going to go, but you might be able to influence the decision.
Yeah, come on. No, that's shit.
So it teeters for a moment on the edge of where you want it to land, but as it just about grows, gravity comes back in. It slams down on the wrong side. You were a smidge off getting it.
Oh.
As it just lands on the floor and everyone...
Member guidance. Silly, mate. Silly.
Money wasn't on the line.
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Moose, what's your cube made out of?
Metal.
Never mind.
Why?
No, I was going to suggest kicking it next time.
Sorry?
I was going to suggest kicking it next time. Instead of,
Kick the cube. I'm gonna roll the cube over and then see if you want to kick it. Football cube.
Hey Moose, have you ever thought about making a tower, a cube size? So when you drop it, it falls down and can't actually change its size.
I'm not quite sure that counts as rolling it.
Well...
Oh, why don't we make it like a slide?
Again, I don't think that's rolling it.
Yeah, but if it goes round, then it's rolling. Right?
Ooh, okay. What if we weight it? What if you stick something to the side you want it to roll on, so it's heavier, and then throw it, and you've still rolled it?
Or glue.
I'm not sure. I'll have to think about this. I feel like that's cheating.
Like, if we were to, throw it at a gelatinous cube, right? And it spat it back out on the right side, would that count as rolling? If it moved within it...
Where are we finding a gelatinous cube?
I don't know, I'm just spitballing here.
And why am I throwing my cube into the gelatinous?
Just spitballing.
I feel like this has evolved slightly. We've sort of lost track of... Interesting.
The orphanage conversation.
We actually... Do you remember when we met that cube and it ate our colleague?
No, I wasn't there.
No?
I was talking to the people that were.
You mean Seffi? Times to Seffi.
I do remember that, Moose.
Oh gosh, yeah, you're all new.
Looks around, oh fuck, how did I get stuck with so many different people? Where did
and there's three of you. There's three of you there who are now informed that there was a former team member who was then dissolved by a cube.
I was the person in the cube. Just saying.
Oh. Wow. Yeah, well, that was a day. We lost him.
How many people have you lost?
For some reason, I don't know why. I can't remember.
Moose, how many people have you lost?
Good question. Good question. I mean, there was... Who was it in the cube again? Who was it?
It was Orso.
No, yeah, it was someone also, was it? No, is that his name? Also.
Orso.
Oh, I thought you were saying it was someone as well. He was furry. I think I remember he had some form of Was he a hare?
Well, he was, yes.
See, I knew I remembered him. And then there was the cat.
No, we know the cat.
Oh, he didn't. No, he didn't die. We wish he died. But he
just left.
Yeah, the pet.
Another furry. Did you collect furry people?
Yeah. There was. It was
we
the one that
had
was named after a
another
cat.
furry.
One was named after a cat.
Yeah. Felix.
Motherfucker. Oh, I'm mad at that.
Was Felix furry?
No, he was. And tried to steal things by putting them down his pants.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Did he not have pockets?
Uncle vibes from him. Creepy uncle. Better off without him, I think.
And then there was the other hare. who I don't think she did die, but she probably has died in the future, but isn't dead yet, but is here. That's it.
We met Jinx.
Yeah, we've met Jinx.
Yeah.
Oh, so she's not dead.
No.
She might be.
No. She's... And right now, in this time...
Oh, God knows where she is, actually.
Would she have popped out of the thing by this time? Or is she still in the thing
You know,
in this
we
time?
don't actually know where in the line that we are.
It's all... Probably.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. Time?
I don't think you need to know. I don't think it's worth the brain power to discuss it, to be honest.
Yeah, you might not be with us long enough for us to explain it, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to...
No, that we... Most important people in this world, and if we don't do something, the whole world is fucked. You know.
So in essence, the world is fucked.
Was there a vision or prophecy or... Help me
and another one.
A bit.
Another one we lost. Livy.
No, we haven't lost Livy.
Well, she's not here with us, is she?
No, but she's not...
She's
that
good.
We don't know where she is. She's in a location we know.
Yeah.
So not lost.
No.
Unless they didn't go to the tower, or unless the tower is a portal. But we don't know.
We need to find some divination wizard.
An eclectic group of individuals.
Yeah. So, and two more that I remember really well. Sasha and Freddie.
Freddie! That was his name.
Full-fledged party members.
Full-fledged party members, Sasha and Freddie. They were with us for hours.
Were they furry?
Quite the opposite, in fact. They had patches of skin missing.
But wasn't there
like
also
rotten bits?
Bits that fell off.
Also, wasn't there that bird person who lost his armor?
You mean the one,
yes,
you mean the one across the hall?
Yeah, but he's gone now. He's left.
He's in the building. He's not lost.
He's in
the building.
You have no object permanence if he's not in front of us.
They're not part of the party.
What about that halfling, Ivik? He was part of the group for a bit, wasn't he?
Yep.
Tour guide.
Oh! Do you remember
Expensive tour guide.
Do you remember the tiny robot person?
Nope.
The one that fell down the ladder?
Oh! Physical one.
Yes.
So you're saying a lot of people who join the group are no longer with you?
I'm just saying that we've got really, really good retention.
It proves we're the best of the bunch. I mean, we've survived all of that.
I'm going to give you a wink.
Bible?
Friendly to my friend.
Do you think it's too late for us to go back and change our minds completely and just swap groups or something? Because I'm starting to get a little concerned.
Yeah, maybe we should start a little semi-group. Yeah, for ourselves, the survivors. To be.
I'll return to Sephi and be like, do you remember that one-eyed elf that was part of the group?
Come on! I'm still in the room!
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, was it because you turned your back? It's not insane.
Come on. Bit of humour.
Yeah.
Is Sephi laughing?
Like, at the awkwardness, yes, but it's not like manic, hysterical laughing.
Oh, well, keep an eye on that.
That's how she laughs normally. I don't think it's a concern yet. It wasn't like, somebody, what was it, had got an arrow through the eye and she found it hysterical.
Who was it that got
Popped right out.
This guy. That was me. That's on my sheet. That's marked as a kill, that. That's all me. It's on my stats.
Oh, so I was asking who got the arrow to the eye, and you said it was you.
Oh,
and
no.
that explains why
Whoa.
you got one eye. That makes sense.
No, we've had this discussion. I have an eye.
thought...
It's there. It's not gone.
But why'd you wear the patch then?
Because I can't see out of it.
Well, if you got why put the patch on?
I say you just take the patch off.
Yeah, if you can't see, I mean, putting the patch over it because you can't see is
right, well,
going to
can you remember? I'm going to remove the patch.
Mm-hmm.
It's a scar. Chill out. It's alright. Also, can we remember that you bought this for me? This is for me to see with, like, magically. Like, it's not just me wearing it now because I have, like, I don't want everyone to see the one blind eye I have on the other side of my face. This is so I can, like, use it for other things. I've just not used it.
You want us to find you somebody who could cure that? Like, regen you an eye?
No. I'm quite happy I've lasted a while with just the one seeing eye.
Yeah, but...
It's better for aim.
What?
It's better for your aiming.
Well, surely you don't know how far away they are.
Yeah, your depth perception must be awful.
No. I have great perception. We've all seen I have great eyes. Great eye, even.
A great eye, correct.
Yeah.
I'm glad you admit it. One eye, thank you very much. We win. Put that to bed. And just rest that argument right there. Wow. Well, there's that 10 minutes. How long have we got until midday?
Which time have we got?
Well, it was 3 hours, so 10 minutes into 3 hours. 9 till 12. I suppose you get there early.
So let's test your depth perception.
Hang
Let's
on,
play the game of how far are you?
Moose. Maybe we should plan what we're going to talk about in the meeting.
There you go. Taking the fun out of it. Okay.
Okay. All right. Test.
This will only kill another 15 minutes, Moose. It's fine. We can play games after.
I tell you what, let's play the game, and then we'll discuss what we're going to discuss.
Right. So here's the plan. Right, is we choose a distance. We don't tell Phelan how far the distance is. Phelan closes their one eye, which they've admitted that they have.
They
open the eye, and then they have to get how far away we are. And if they get it right, we believe them about their depth perception. If they get it wrong, we get to mock them.
We mock them anyway.
Can we...
Yes.
Wait, see, before we actually get into this, can we make sure that I'm not pinned as the next star, please? Because I feel like I'm being picked on quite a lot the past couple of days, and I don't feel like being like the new picker on. I didn't join this party for that. The cat was meant to be punching back.
No, we like you.
Well,
it's
yeah,
your don't trust.
Well, right. Great. There
Oh,
was
I'm really keeping the orc around to get us to see living. Let's be honest.
And they won't leave because they keep saying something about owing the money. It's really weird.
Need the money back,
Which,
essentially.
in fact, actually, the dwarf said that the next day it would be ready if you want to go pick that up.
That's right, it is the next day.
Before we start using...
Phelan, this is why we like you.
Oh, right, thanks.
Even with
Star
the
wouldn't have reminded us about that. Star would just be drunk.
Well, I have coin to pick up. I can't ignore the fact that I have stuff to pick up. I need stuff in my pockets.
Priorities. This is why we like you.
Excellent.
Yeah. We don't feel sorry for you, you've only got one eye.
I don't need you to feel sorry because I have... Do you feel sorry for me for having one eye, or did you say you don't feel sorry for me having one eye?
Well, it feels good that we've got, someone with a disability in the group. It feels like we're more inclusive.
What? Are you saying that if I didn't have an eye patch, you wouldn't have brought me into the group?
Maybe.
Right.
'Cause eye patches are cool, right?
It does make you look more interesting. It's
It
like
does.
you see it and you go, oh, what's the deal with that guy in the eye patch?
Yeah. It's like when you see someone with really bad scars on their face, you're like, I really want to know how you got those.
I'm not going to say it.
Or if someone's missing an arm, you're like, how the hell did they do that?
we going to awkwardly stand here and point out all my defects?
You got
Not
more?
defects.
No,
Not defects. Things that make you interesting.
Yeah. It's not a handicap, it's a disability.
So it was the eye patch you noticed first before the tattoos?
To be honest, I kind of all of it. But
I thought the tattoos was to draw our eyes away from your missing eye. I thought that's the point of them.
No.
Like a distraction.
No. I mean, it helps, but no.
Why don't you tattoo an eye behind your eye patch?
Because I still have an eye. It's not gone. It's still there. You've just seen it. It's there. It's just slightly discoloured and scarred. It's still there.
But you know the
doesn't
rules.
work.
If we can't
rules now,
see
they
it.
can't see it. It doesn't exist.
Right. So not the bulging eye on the eye patch. Does that not count? Does everyone
Look,
remember
these
what
guys,
the eye patch looks like? Because
You
it's
know
not
these
bulging.
guys aren't very smart.
But can't you tattoo the eye itself with an iris or something?
I didn't tattoo myself. These are done
That's it.
via magic.
Hey, Moose, do you fancy
Yeah.
tattooing like a crosshairs on the eyeball that doesn't work?
Ooh, right. Whoa. Okay. let's. No. I'm sorry. This is no offense to you, miss, but nobody's tattooing me.
What if you ask nicely?
Still gonna be a no.
But it's not like you're going to be damaged or anything. You don't use it.
No, but there's also tattoos on my face, and if the tattoos on my face get messed up, I'm going to be very upset. Or did everybody think of this? Did everyone forget there was tattoos here? Did everyone just blank that out?
We're too busy looking at your eye.
Yeah, that's funny.
Well, the tattoos show us that you like tattoos, so we're just thinking of more tattoos.
Yeah.
Right.
We could tattoo an eye on your forehead. Then we can't call you one eye.
Okay, what if I let Moose test on a body part before
Oh my
I let him
God.
touch my eye?
I've got an idea. I've got a fantastic. Hear me out.
Oh god.
Agreed.
We tattoo your eyeball, and if
No.
it doesn't look very good, we put the eye patch over it.
If the eye patch is already on it, I don't think we need to test on the eye.
No, the eye patch is on the other eye. I mean that one.
No, because this is a working eye.
Yeah, exactly. So it would be really badass with like a target on it as it moves around.
No.
I think it's a good plan.
I don't think it is.
We could get some ink.
You'll regret this. You'll regret this
I
decision.
don't think I will.
Wait until you're 50. How old are you now?
In elven years or human years?
Just years. How many years have you?
How old is Livy in elven years? Because she's like 140 odd.
I think the rule is over 100, and what you add on is the human equivalent. So if it's 122, you're like 22.
Yeah,
Right.
on top of table, I had her as like sort of mid-20s ish.
Nim's 122 and he's 22. It's roughly.
Yeah. Like I think we were similar ages. I think Nim and Livy were
Nim and
kind of
Livy are
similar.
similar ages. I am not a lot older, but I'm older.
Concern. Why does Livy's age matter to Phelan's age?
It doesn't matter. Don't even bother Nim because I can see you eyeballing me from that one corner. I have made it very clear I'm not interested in Livy. All right. Before we even go down that line, I'm just saying it would be easier for me to compare ages. Because elven years are more complicated than human.
Why would you want to compare with? I'm an elf too.
Okay, well, how old are you in elven years then?
122.
Right. Well, I'm 130.
130. You old.
Well, Moose, we age different to people because we live much longer. You see, so we're quite young, really.
Well,
You know
maybe
like
when you're 180, you'll regret it.
more like a couple of centuries in, maybe, Moose. Just think he'll spend a long time with just one eye. Centuries and
Oh
centuries.
my god. Can we get off the eye? Can we get off the eye? Let's stop talking about the eyes. Alright? Ignore the eyes. Let's get that out of the conversation. Alright? Let's push it away. That way, we've had the discussion of my eyes. I am blind in one eye. That is all.
I've had a thought. If you turn the patch round so it's on the back of your head, can you see behind you?
Probably. If I activate it, yes, probably. I could probably see behind me, yes.
Awesome. I only see you shoot an arrow back behind.
Right. Well, no, because that eye's not for physically seeing. I can't see out of it. I'm not, like, using it as, like, a second eye. I can only see it when it gets activated and I can see certain things.
This reward we're going to get, where is it? At the door.
They're across the hall! Where we came from! Where the other dwarves are! It's that way!
I'm more than happy to let you discuss this for the next.
I need a coffee. Do they have coffee? Does anybody have coffee?
They probably would have tea. I don't know if they'd have coffee.
What about a stiff vodka? I'm gonna take up drinking.
Oh, they'd have rum and whiskey for sure. I'd say they'd probably had a few the night before, so there'd be some smell of it in the hallway.
Excellent. That's where I'm going. Give me that bottle. I've had enough.
Okay, if you want to, go towards. So you're in the outside barracks bit before the bridge. You can pass over the bridge with the lava beneath into the Brimstone Citadel, the big skull doorway, and the central chamber with the several doors on the outside. And remember that the western door had the dwarves held up, and that's where you would find them. Still, there is, yes, the intoxicating aroma of several too many barrels or kegs of rum, whiskey, ales. They have since celebrated their survival, or at least, what's left of them, at least to make them sleep and rest a little bit better during the night. And you can hear the loudest snoring coming from in the room. It's like a cacophony of 3 different decibels of snore laid over the top of each other, as both the Thane, the Magester, and the Captain are all lying on various positions on the floor. The Thane is in a chair, just like slumped over like this, with his head against his knuckle. Panda also in one corner of the room. She's sort of murmuring in her sleep as she's like to the back of one room as well. And you see Theo as well, who is not asleep, who is not drunk, and he is currently basically in guard duty position in the room. He's stood with his glaive in one hand, just keeping an eye on things, and sees you all. He's, oh, thank God! I thought I was going to be alone for the next, I don't know how long. I got tasked with guard duty, guys.
I want to walk past and ignore
that what you signed up for?
Well, they said it was good money, but I didn't think they'd all just be sleeping. It was fun, they were talking some funny stuff during the night, but now it's been like 4 hours now, and I'm kind of bored.
When you say funny stuff,
did they expose any secrets?
how?
Oh, tales of old, nothing crazy. Panda was talking about some stuff in the Feywild. Apparently, there's a circus. There's her homeland. Quite a lot of interesting stuff coming out of her mouth, but that was in between her playing the instrument, so she was sort of weaving that in with song. It's quite nice, really.
Panda's a healer, isn't she? Did she see anything about regrowing body parts? Asking for a friend.
Oh, I think she could do healing spells. I don't know if she's a healer.
Side eye.
Just staff.
Well, Miss, you're always good at upsetting people. Wake them up.
Okay. How do you want me to do this? Do you want me to just knock them, or?
Do it.
Whatever you feel is fit.
Do it in a humorous way, just in case Sefi starts laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but if it is actually funny, she is going to laugh.
Okay.
That's
Oh.
it's not gonna help.
Anyone look around? Anyone lying around who looks pretty tough?
I mean, you'd probably say, yeah, the captain would more over than anyone.
Is he asleep?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up to the captain, really gently. I'm gonna put my hand on his ankle very softly, and I'm gonna cast fucking grasp.
With a crit.
Oh my god!
Roll damage.
Oh, don't
Wake
kill
up.
him.
And the war started.
Oh god.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh god.
You killed him.
It's okay.
I'm
We can
checking his
fix it.
fucking. I'm checking his stat block.
Right, this is where we sneak out very quietly. I said funny, not fatal.
It was only supposed to be a little bit.
Okay. You creep up over to Captain Havold, the bald-headed ginger dwarf. Gently put your hand on the ankle of him as he's slumbering. Just like shocks come out of him. His body like planks in full like muscle stiffness. His rigidity just like full. His eyes light up. There's this blue glow in his eyes, and there's started a little bits of smoke and cinder come from his ears and his beard as he's just like jolting on the floor. And as the shocking grass concludes, he doesn't move.
I think he's dead, guys. I don't think they're asleep.
Jesus
I think he's dead.
Christ.
Can you switch him
Theo.
back on?
Theo comes really over. What the hell? What the hell have you done?
Well, I woke him up. He didn't. He's not moved.
As Theo's yelling, he's managed to wake up the rest of the room as well. But Theo's just like trying to do some like resuscitation. He's just like pumping on his chest. He's like, "This is the first time I've ever had to do this. Where's his heart? Where's his heart?"
Theo, what have you done?
Oh my god.
Theo, what did you do?
It was there! It was there! She's pointing as there's like this smoke cinder and Panda's. Is someone cooking bacon? What's that smell?
All I'm going to say is, whatever you've done there, Theo, right, it's just wrong.
Theo, you're supposed to watch them. Theo, you're supposed to observe them.
I have no magical ability whatsoever.
I've seen you. You do.
We all saw you.
At this point, Panda now goes over and she takes her staff. She's groggy and sort of like wobbling side to side. She goes like, "Fucking hell! If you just give me a second." She like pushes her hand to her, and there's like this restorative light that comes out, and the captain's eyes, like the rigidness resets. His eyes reset to blue eyes and comes forward, and it's just like this heavy breathing and palpitations as his hands clutch at his chest. Panda's like, "There you go, carry on, fixed it." And the Fane and the Magester, who have now woken up as well and seen the resuscitation, and you and Theo accusing each other. What is the meaning of this? Why are we? I thought we were safe in here. What happened?
It was Theo.
I would hear. I didn't do a thing. I didn't. Let him in. He did it. He's pointing to Moose. Just got his ankle and shoved him. Well,
all I did, I put my hand on his foot, and then Theo came charging over and doing this. I don't know what's going on.
What it is, you know what it is? Latent electric static from that other room with the trap. I think it must have come through somehow.
The captain's like waking up and he like rolls his leg up and there's this like scorched burn mark of a handprint on his ankle from where you grabbed onto it.
Is it moose size?
That fucking stinks!
It's a handprint moose size. Brilliant.
It is.
Oh, you're
What
awake.
the hell? Why? Did I hurt you? What happened?
I think you fell asleep on duty, and then Theo attacked you.
Theo, what is wrong with you? It wasn't me, it was him! It was the one-up man! No. It was Moose! I think it was a practical joke, and it went too far. Well, I think they saved us the day before. Why would he come in and try and electrocute me if it was to save me the day first? No.
Exactly.
Did it happen? Was it me? It's just very confused and maybe possibly gaslight.
How is the orc still with us? I don't know.
I'm gonna need a stuffed drink. Well, just sort of rubs his ankle and pulls his trouser leg down and just.
And look, stop fussing. We've come for our reward. We don't need all this drama. Just pay us and we can go.
His hair's like standing on end. The Fane at this point, who's just sort of like head in his chair, just shaking, like completely unsure of what to make of things. Your payment? We'll have that, but it's been like 4 hours. The
next day.
During the sleeping time is about 6, 7, 8, something like that. But we were up quite late.
Well, instead of being up late drinking, you should be preparing our reward.
Where are we going to get your money from? Right this second.
Sounds like
It's not a bank open. There's no banks open. I don't think there's any banks left at the moment. Or at least anyone running the things.
Yeah, but you're like dwarves. They have gems and stuff.
Yeah, in their mines. We have to go mine them. Most of them were taken by Jerigar.
Yeah, but you've had the whole evening to mine. Instead of drinking, you can be more productive.
Look, we'll say we'll pay you, but we're not rushing around to line your pockets. We've honoured our oath all the same, but we do have a time scale on this.
We should have thought about that when we saved your miserable hides.
Well, maybe I should. It's a little bit ungrateful coming both ways by the sounds of it.
Shame on you, Nim. Shame on you. Hassling
Shut up,
for
One
a
Eye.
reward.
Shut up, One Eye.
I think we all need to rally ourselves a little bit as and maybe see to Captain Rockmark's ankle as well. He might need some salve. What time is it?
Just after 9-ish. Half 9.
Yeah, we'll say close to 10 now. The shenanigans. Right, we've got a meeting to prepare for. Well, you've not been forgotten about, I promise you. We will pay what is owed. We just need a little more time than they've given us. And with this meeting going on today, that might take a little bit of precedent. Okay. Right, wonderful. Grand. Theo, when these are gone, can I have a word? He's just sort of feathered sweating. Is that a thing?
Just remember, Phelan's got his eye on you. Just saying.
I've got a clue. Oh, maybe I'm tired. I've been standing here for 4 hours, just staring at a wall. Maybe it was me. I don't even know. Just sort of murmuring to himself.
Well, there we go. We've killed an hour. What to do for the next
And a dwarf, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, almost an hour. Almost just an hour.
Let me just add that to my stat.
Fuck you now. Where's this roll when I'm getting you to open your damn cube?
I know, right?
But yeah, you're a couple hours now out from the summit. You're welcome just to sort of let the time fly by. I was just given the opportunity to maybe if you need to do some scouting or anything really in that time.
That sounds very, very complicated for us.
if on our way down to the cartography place, if we happen to come across any of the people who are out like burning the bodies, because they were from the academy, maybe we could just ask them if they've seen any new faces around, maybe describe some of the horsemen, if we get a vibe from them.
Okay. I'll say, so this was happening during the previous days. I think the pyres and the fires were starting to lessen the smoke piles over the course of the last 3 days. Like on the first day, it was rampant throughout the street, and as you've been making amends and bringing people, life is slowly starting to return to the streets. Again, it is more of the case where it's mostly halfling and elves. Like there was dwarf population, but that's hard to see at the moment. But there's people less hiding in alleyways and hiding away from each other. Still less than a populated city, but as you're making your way through the streets towards the Cartographer Society, there's just a distinct lack of that smell of burnt flesh. The smoke piles come open the sky. Whether they've stopped or they've receded the amounts they've needed to do, it seems to have dissipated quite a lot. And it's not, well, probably takes like 20 minutes to walk from the Citadel to the Society. You don't even come across any. But you do cross I'll say if you're taking the most direct route, this part here is the Scorched Academy, so you would be quite close to the gates, and you could probably hear a lot of, I won't say commotion, but there's certainly a population of people in the walls of the Scorched Academy. There's like chanting, there's some hymns. It's very sort of religious feel that you're getting just from being on the outside of the walls. That you can just about hear murmurings in the air.
I mean, we're right next door. We could, just have a little look-see, see what's going on in there.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with keeping an eye on things.
Well. Lovely. Well, hang on. We have a map for this. What I'll say then. Yeah. I'll put you on the outskirts of the road that leads around the academy, and then you can decide how close or how much investigation you're going to do. We'll find you down tokens.
That's my memory. This is the Scorched Academy where they're supposed to be hanging out, these bad guys. Right?
Yeah, I think Orc Issue said he had heard rumours or something.
Yeah, it's rumours that these vagabonds were using this as a base of operations. But it is only rumours. I hadn't had a chance to confirm anything.
Issue. And, how can I put this? We need you alive to get us to Livy.
Yes.
So, I'm going to present you with a weapon. Use it to get us to Livy. I'm going to hand you a longbow.
No.
It's the longbow of the north, I believe it's called.
Longbow of the north.
Thorn of the north. Thorn of the north.
Oh, Thorn of the north. Oh, yes, it is.
You take this. You get me to Livy. And it's yours.
Right, thank you. Consider this on loan, and when we reach Reverie, I will present it back to you.
You get me to Livy, you can have it. When you get me to Livy.
I don't need payment to deliver you to someone that you care for. I would just do that anyway.
Okay. This book is weird.
As you come around the building, so I won't say it's the smell of active burning. It's just like a constant cinder and ash that seems to be not present in the air, but maybe part of the architecture in the walls. There's this grand, it's cathedral-like in size. So there's a huge sort of squarish monument in the middle that goes up with a tower, several stories. There are a couple of buildings attached to the side. There's quite a well-decorated garden and courtyard, statues lining the place. and the hymns, or at least the choral voices, they seem to be coming from within the belfry, the centre of the Scorched Academy. There's population there, and whether this was the case, I'd probably say Cephis would know that this is part of the course for them. It does seem like they're mostly unaffected from the Laughing Plague or the events that have taken place, at least from the outset. But quite a hefty-sized cathedral.
So we're doing a recon mission, are we?
Yeah, just see what we can find.
Okay, Moose. No knocking on doors. No going through doors.
No knocking, no going through. Got you.
You can look through keyholes.
Specific do we need to be with?
Keep up, guys. Moose is on the march.
Does this include breaking doors?
Oh, this door's open, so that's fine.
Walking through open
That's not even a doorway. Yep, truly open.
What is that giant thing over there?
You see sort of patrolling the outer courtyard, this gigantic creature. It's over 20 feet in size. It's head to toe in this thick armor, and there's this blaze of fire emanating from a crown, its head, its shoulders, all the top half of its body. I'll say there's a couple of you, at least, maybe most of you, that recognise this is likely a fire giant. But it's doing a patrol of the courtyard. It doesn't seem to be aggressive. It's more sentry.
I can't see it, Miss. What's it look like?
And then he's just huge. He's got fire all over him.
But everything to you is huge.
I mean, come look. And I'm just going to point at where it is.
Where is it? Ping it.
Oh, yeah.
If you were to step a little bit forward, I think.
That is quite dark.
I think that's what you're.
Ah, okay, noted. Did it look friendly or just on guard?
Just looks like a thing. Does it look like it's
Yeah,
gonna attack you?
No, I'll say it's probably not wholly noticed you. It's not looking at you, but it's doing laps, so it's currently like heading this way, sort of towards the northwest.
I say we just ask if it's friendly.
Maybe we should just pretend we come here to worship.
Well, I mean, there's loads of people up there. Look.
It's going to up. This is a
Point to the people inside.
This is a public place. We're entitled to walk and come to the academy and study, I assume.
Shit.
This is not a good idea. This is really not a good idea.
Don't worry.
So much for subtle.
What can I do? The door's not closed.
Yeah, he said don't go through any doors. He didn't say anything about doorways.
We're so good at stealth. Yesterday morning, what happened?
I'm just gonna. Are these seats? Are these like pews?
There's loads of pews knocking around. What you're next to is a pillar, so not so much. But yeah, you can see there is lots of acolytes or fresh like starters. They're all sort of wear similar clothing, very religious robes and garbs, all sat in various places in the main cathedral hall, all facing towards the central plinth at the far end, which seems to have a tallish human man, sort of brownish hair, black green hued robes. There's nice intricate sort of gold speckles along the front, and he's flanked by a couple more, maybe a little bit higher up than those who are paying worship. But those who are currently sat down are all like their head is down, bowed, their hands in this sort of like cross motion, and the hymn, the choral noise is all coming from this central hall now, and it seems they're all in unison in this prayer or hymn. It's quite beautiful, really, considering that they can't shake that this is probably a little bit an unfamiliar setting for at least a couple of you. Maybe not Orkishu, who has a bit more of a religious background.
I'm just going to sit down and watch.
Orkishu is probably wise enough to not just saunter over to the front, but will take a knee where he's standing at the moment and just bow his head in prayer.
I'm just moving you off because a bit, because I realise like all my doors are deleted, so I'm just gonna fix that for a second.
Yay!
I don't mind the front door, that's fine, but let's not do just that. Thanks, Roll20. As I'll have that door open, that's fine.
Sophie, on a scale of 1 to 10, how uncomfortable are you?
I mean, this isn't somewhere I would normally come to hang out, you know?
Yeah, no, me neither.
I'm not really of religious persuasion or the academic persuasion.
No. It's more a get out and do it yourself kind of person. You want to learn something, figure it out.
Exactly.
Who needs a
That's
book?
how you do it, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll do. Put you back. There we go.
Oh dear.
There we go. On the fly. Lovely. Rewind me back. So Moose and Orkisu, the first two sort of towards the central area. What are you doing, sorry?
I'm just chilling out in the centre, just looking at them.
You can. There's no like attention being drawn from any of the fire acolytes from the centre or in the pews. They're staying in this chorus, but you do notice the human figure on the altar to the back, who is sort of like is thumbing through some sort of text on the table, and does notice that you guys enter and just sort of beckons you to like take a seat without saying it verbally, but just to make yourselves comfortable. This is a safe place to be.
Thank you.
And just gently like puts a fingers to his lips and just like hint that to be respectful.
Mm-hmm.
Sophie, you
What are we
coming?
doing? Oh, we just watch. Oh, just yeah.
This is not how I wanted to do this. I
just
was
really
thinking,
quiet.
you know.
Is it just really quiet?
Fucking grass. Wake one of them up. Hey, Moose. Maybe
Hello?
you should ask him about that big brain thing.
You want me to ask them about the big brain thing?
Yeah, you know.
God.
Okay.
Good job.
Does that look religious in any way?
It does, and you've seen it will have been displayed on the front of the cathedral as well. It seems to be their insignia.
Just gonna stand on it.
No.
Hello there.
Oh god.
Again,
I said
he presses
hello there.
he presses his fingers to his lips and just sort of his hand is sort of like a lower suggestion, that does come down the steps, the men gentleman at the altar, and approaches you again. None of the acolytes breaking their harmony. If you wish to speak, we could go to the side for a moment and speak if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
If you follow me back down the corridor, I think it would be a little bit more appropriate to have a conversation there. It basically leads towards the
corridor. Don't mind us. I'm going to just talk to the guys sitting in their chairs. Sorry for disturbing you.
and they are unwavering despite your prodding, I suppose. Very much like those monks that stay still for years and years. They are unfazed. So, how can I help you?
I've been asked to ask you about a big brain thing. What do you know about it?
I'm afraid I don't have the faintest recollection of what you're trying to say. I'm afraid.
There was a big brain thing, and apparently you know about it.
I'm afraid I can't say I do. This sounds unusual. I know this is quite early in the day, but I don't suppose you've imbibed at all.
Moose, mention the scarecrow.
There was a scarecrow.
Ludwig.
Ludwig.
He looks towards your friends and goes, "Is he okay? I fear that he may be a little too inebriated for this conversation."
Moose is avoiding the question.
That is a good point. You're always avoiding the question.
I would love to do an insight check to see if he genuinely thinks that Moose is talking bullshit, or to see if like he knows what's happening but is deliberately like obfuscating himself. My insight's not fantastic, but let's see what we can do.
So I'll say it does seem like a faint layer of confusion of just, the weird, confusing questions that's being asked of him. But you're not 100% sure that's right. You're not quite sure if he's putting a face on or not. He's not changed his demeanour at the time. He's very soft-spoken, very quiet. However, I do believe you were addressed by... There is a human male sorcerer of some kind. I don't know who had a discussion with you. That would lead you to be a little bit more suspicious.
Moose. Tell him that the Warforged horseman's gone.
No.
I'm sorry if you've not come here to sit in prayer today. I'm afraid I don't know if I'm able to help you.
Moose?
Yes.
Moose. Tell him about the Warforged. On the bridge.
The Warforged on the bridge?
On the horse.
Yes. And I'm going to turn to him and be like, what do you know about the Warforged on the bridge? He's not on the bridge anymore. He's very much under the bridge. But he was on the bridge.
I'm afraid these tall tales you speak of, I have no knowledge of, I'm afraid. I'm simply the priest here. I help shepherd the acolytes here of the Scorched Academy. I don't really get time to walk the streets of Brimstone, or at least to see these spectacles of which you're declaring.
Moose. Why don't you tell him why we really came here? That we found the cure for the disease, and we're going to cure everyone.
He stops for a moment, puts his hand out towards you, Nim. You may speak to me directly if you wish. You don't have to speak through your friend.
Yes, I do.
It just seems uncommon practice to use a mediator when you speak the common tongue.
But he's got such pretty words that come out of his mouth. He'd translate it much better.
Yes, he is certainly well spoken.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
That's why we do this.
You're quite welcome. If, in fact, any of you are here to maybe do some repenting or unloading of some sins, I would be more than gracious to hear you speak in private and counsel you.
Fucking hell.
What sins are we talking about? What does your God like preach sin wise?
Oh, much. We attend to all the gods. We don't have a singular belief. We just believe the same as the regressions of all gods, of sin, of crime, of unlawful attitude, of murder and crime against existence. And more so in the last few days, disease.
So I can eat bacon.
You may eat as you wish.
Nice.
Of sins I wish
We-
to repent.
That is certainly good to hear. Do you wish to speak these in private?
No. I wear my sins on my sleeve as I do my heart. We're not singularly light or dark. We are each learning as we go through this life. Or lives, for some of us.
He furrows his brows as a moment as you're discussing. Far be it for me to judge, but you do not seem the type to bear sins against your faith. You seem a very righteous gentleman.
My sins are more of neglect of a loved one. Some betrayal to their own culture that should have been half of mine. And the fact that I couldn't protect them.
I do not believe you are sinful in this. I believe this is fear. A fear of loss and fear of failure, and neither of these traits are something to be regretful for. This is the nature of the world. If you do everything in your power to try and make these acts right, well, the gods will only be happy with your deeds.
I believe you're wrong about that. I have no fear of any of these. I am mostly orc, has come from my mother's side, and have some human in me has come from my father's side. I walk the two paths. More righteous than most orcs, yes. But I did fail, and it is a sin. I turned my back on my mother's culture, and I neglected to support her in hours of need. And specifically, a certain hour, I was unable to assist. And there's no resolve in it. I don't seek to resolve it, but it is a sin that I bear.
I believe what you may seek is atonement.
Maybe that will come in time when I find those that did her harm. In the meantime, though, do you accept all religions here and all different factions? You open your doors to everyone that walks in?
We try to. Those who seek the light, who look to the sun, those who shy away from the shadow, we embrace.
Do you have faith in everyone that comes seeking such things?
I try to be non-judgmental. We all have pasts and histories that weigh us down and stop us from moving forward and ascending, but I can only judge those on the actions they present before me, and not that happened long ago. That is for them to come to terms with and try to heal and make better.
And should someone enter these halls with with speech of attending to the light and prayer and seeking repentance, and yet actions suggest otherwise, what would you do?
Well, they will be cast out. We would offer them to the guards as they are beyond sanctuary. Failing that, we would see them on a quicker path to the next life.
So, an executioner as well as a religious authority.
Those who sin again and do not fear the sins they made, and have no will to become nothing more than the worst of who they can be. We can't save them, and we can't save everyone. The only way they can be saved is to see their gods again.
Have you come across anyone whom you have possibly doubted their pure intentions?
Many on my time here, yes.
In recent weeks?
Do me a persuasion check.
Don't think I'm good at that.
You got charisma up there. You're a paladin.
Didn't design him this way.
Whilst the plague has been going on, there has been many at the door wishing for sanctuary and help, and I've sought to give that aid as much as I am possible. There, I can't see of anyone in particular that stands out to what you're trying to suggest, I'm afraid.
Could I also roll insight to determine how much I believe this person when they say that if they saw actions that suggested the people weren't righteous and holy in the eyes of the religion, that they would indeed take action against them?
Yeah, go ahead.
Never mind.
I'll say you're not getting that impression from the priest. However, based on being in the city the last few days, obviously you've seen the body's been burnt in the street, and it's not a hidden secret that those from the Scorched Academy have dealt out this hand of divine justice in their words. He doesn't seem the executioner that you're maybe contemplating or considering, but he has to be part of it because it's people from his order that's causing this. Well, resolving this, I suppose. Depends on what side of the coin you stand. Is there anything else I could address for any of you? I'm afraid, my gnomish friend, I know nothing of no Warforged or bridges or large brains.
Hey, get the head out. Get the head out. Come on. Hey, get the head out. Come on. Come on. Get the forged head out. Come on.
You know what? Actually, I think I'm gonna go and pray. Okay,
I've got a leg. I don't think that's gonna.
The head. Pull the head out.
Oh, you've got the head. I thought I had the head. Talking to the wrong one.
He'll look to you, Moose, as you present this Warforged head. There's a couple of wires loose from the neck stem, and he just sort of tilts his head to his side. There's a sincere look of confusion. Is this a friend of yours?
I don't talk to the head. If that's what a strange question. No, it's just the head.
It's a strange circumstance I find myself in.
A nod.
This metal face you have, I'm not aware of it. I don't know what this is. I wasn't sure if this is someone you sought to have buried or incinerated, sent upwards.
No, we're probably just going to scrap him down. It's just a head. Going to knock it. Ting, ting.
Do you not think this one once had a soul?
I mean, maybe. That's not really questions that I'd bother with, to be honest.
Well, just because one is made of metal and wires and cable and bronze, it does not mean they are no lesser than those of flesh.
I mean, you might be right, but I knew him for about 30 seconds, and I thought he was a twat.
He wasn't.
Well, it's unfortunate. There could have been redemption in him. It didn't seem like he had the chance to show it.
Arguably, if you believe he had a soul, which I'm going to assume you do, and I'm going to make the head nod. His soul is now on the other side, and maybe he seeks redemption or can get it there. Either way, I don't have to deal with him anymore.
Well, if that is what you believe, I am not one to question it.
Well, I hope not, because you said you believe everything, so...
I'm very open to people's beliefs and understandings. I'm not to judge.
So, have you been hiding in here while the cities have been going to shit this time?
We have done our best to isolate ourselves and make sure this disease does not spread within our walls. We've existed for centuries, and we try to maintain a balance within ourselves.
Yeah, but instead of saving your own skins, surely your god would want you to try and help the people outside. The dwarves are in trouble, the druids are in trouble, the halflings are in trouble. Why you barricade yourself up?
We are not an army. We are not a militia.
Just a bit cozy, isn't it?
We try to make do as best we can. I see the issues plaguing this city is horrible and atrocious, and as much as we'd like to send aid, we don't have the practical ability to do so. We don't have the forces, we don't have the knowledge. We can offer only fire.
Only fire. So you could pretty much just burn out whatever you like.
Well, in lesser hands, yes. But we are careful with our abilities and don't openly flaunt them. Not to any destructive intent.
Do you have a storehouse of diamonds?
No, I'm sorry.
Do you have access to a storehouse of diamonds?
I'm afraid not.
It's a shame. It's a shame. Crying shame.
If we had access to such funds, our establishment would not be as it was.
Well, I'd hope you wouldn't just spend all of that money on yourselves. That'd be very selfish and ungodlike. It'd be better to spend it on the people.
Yes. You're right.
Mm-hmm. My plan, by the way, in case you were wondering, because you're looking at me with a quizzical eye, is if you used your fire and just turned everyone off, you could have used your diamonds to turn them back on again. It works.
How do you mean by turning everyone off?
I'm going to hold the head up. I'm like, he is turned off.
No. We can't
No, he is.
condone that to a city. Are
Yeah,
you,
but that's why you need.
are you insane?
To turn them on again.
I think our discussion is drawing to a close. You're suggesting the eradication of a city to potentially bring them back with magical ability, I suppose?
Correct.
Well, at least it's a solution rather than yourselves up in here.
I mean, your other option is you just let it run rampant and it infects all the other cities and then everyone dies.
That would be most unfortunate. But again, we don't tout ourselves to be saviours. We're not heroes, we're not adventurers.
Nope. Just
We're priests and...
sitting in here doing not a lot. Yeah.
Have you had any visitors apart from us, from any strange-looking beings at all?
No.
No?
Any newcomers at all?
No, I don't think we have.
I would love to do an insight check.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a natural 20 for a 23.
Yeah, so when he was addressed this part of the conversation, his demeanour changed a little bit. He's definitely not saying what he means. It seems maybe, well, slightly defensive.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time and your help. If it's all right with you, we would like to just take a moment to gather our thoughts and maybe pray to our respective deities while we're in here.
Of course, take your time, and may the gods be with you.
What if the god that you pray to likes really loud noises?
He's just going to walk away, exhausted with your questioning line of dialogue.
Are we allowed to pray to new gods and old gods?
Once he's walked away,
He's already gone.
I'm whispering, he's definitely lying. He is definitely lying. There have definitely been people here. He's hiding it.
Maybe you should go open some doors.
He's leaving the central area.
Miss, why don't you go open some doors?
Do we know if there are any doors? Can I see any doors? There's a
It should be there now.
Before people start touching shit and ruin what I'm gonna do, can I do it by because I've been waiting for the past 15 minutes to open my mouth,
Do
but
you
nobody
think?
would shut up.
Moose, there's a door over
I've
here.
been waiting, but no one stopped talking. I was like, oh, I can't do it now. I'm like, oh, no, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'll say it's while he's been sitting there because he had an idea and he's been sat there waiting to do the idea. So we'll say it happened while the conversation was going on. He's going to do two things. I have this primeval awareness. That would go. Phelan's favoured is fiends. And that gives me it's a mile of that from where I'm sitting. If nothing pops up within that minute, after that, it's then going to follow up with True Sight from the eye patch, but I think that has a role involved.
So you're trying to sense fiends in the vicinity, correct? Or at least the mile radius.
It's his favourite one. So fiends would be what he would be searching for.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you'd be getting anything above ground, or at least within the walls of the temple. I'm gonna take a little. Give me a second.
Yeah.
There is a very faint ping coming from underground, and the direction you would know. And if you come to ask it, I'll be able to like explain it. But it's just sort of underneath, and it's probably about a mile, almost just a mile, beneath your feet.
So like straight down.
It's probably off to a side in a certain direction. I was trying to think of like it's probably slightly north.
Right. Okay.
Like just slightly north.
Yeah. Right. That's fine. And then it would be true sight via eye patch. I know this is going to be a lot, but I want to go over it before I click, touch, anything.
Mhm.
I believe it's just a roll for that, but I think I need to. Oh no, that's the roll.
I think it's your true sight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gain true sight for range 30 feet for 1 minute, etc.
22 for true sight.
Do you have to roll for that?
I just said there was a roll on the patch. It says I get a +3 to use true sight.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I don't say you need to roll for it. It's just part. It's because it's the charges. It's 3 charges.
Right. Okay. No.
So you
that's
just
fine.
mark them off.
Yeah.
It just happens. So looking around the room, you're checking the acolytes, and they all appear the same. Like you can see, they've got like even underneath their hoods, they're mostly human. There's a small mix, and maybe some elves in there as well, but nothing like too standoutish. And they all appear to be as they seem as you're looking through. And there's about 20 or so different people in here, and they all seem above the level.
Was there anything?
There's no illusions.
Yeah. Was there anything from the priest as he walked on by?
He was definitely human. He was, as he appeared, there wasn't no sort of any sort of disguise magic going on with him.
There's nothing invisible as well. So
Yeah. I didn't want to. I wasn't sure if there was anything else in the room or anything, but no, that's fine.
Nope, sadly not. No, just what you see in the room is what you got, what you can see.
No problem. Well, after me looks, I'll just get up and walk away.
As this glowing green eye now fades from the eye patch
Yeah.
as you give everyone a chief inspection.
Yeah.
No, good. Cautious. Anything else going on?
Because I saw the priest leave via this doorway. I wondered if I can simply push the door open.
You do try to, but it appears to be stuck, or at least either locked or barred. But it simply doesn't just push wide open.
Okay. I'll go back to the group and let them know that I saw him leave this way. Moose, isn't it? You're good with yours. The priest left through this one, and I'll point to the door here.
Yeah.
But I can't open it, and it's probably locked. You seem to be the door expert, and
With locked door, you say?
it won't open, and usually doors open when I attempt them.
When Phelan walks back, he's going to grab Sephi by the hand and then pull her behind one of the pillars.
Hello.
I should tell. They're having a moment, guys.
He's going to speak more in a hushed tone and be like, so there's a way to get underneath this building, and there's a fiend underneath the building.
Okay.
Poor Sephi was so excited for a minute.
I'm on the pillar in the gap.
Oh, he's doing the lean.
There's a fiend under there. Danger.
Okay. Also, Beast definitely lying. Definitely lying. There have been newcomers. They're definitely here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's nothing in like that area that's not what it should be. That all the people in like the darker hoods, again, they're human, they're elves, they're basic people. There's nothing invisible. There's nothing here that shouldn't be here. But I'm assuming there's a way to get under this building, and I'm assuming that if they are hiding who we think they're hiding, they're below. I just don't know how to get underneath.
Why don't we...
Behave, Rye. I can see your face.
Why don't we find where that priest went and ask him very nicely and very forcefully?
Pulls out pocket watch. You know, I really don't think we've got the time for this. This is.
I'm going to knock on the door.
Here's knock in the face. I'm going to have like little sensors. No. Is the door being knocked?
You hear a latch slide, and the door just opens just a little bit for a head to be poking out. Actually, I'll not reveal, but as a red hooded gentleman, a little bit different to those in the central chamber. We've got black robes on, but this one has red. Can I help you?
What's the password again? And do you remember Nim? Do you remember the password?
Turkey.
Turkey. And I'm going to lean in and be like, Turkey. And I whisper Turkey out because I realise you probably didn't hear me whispering.
No, I heard you fine. He closes the door and locks it.
It isn't Turkey.
Maybe it was cheesecake.
People who wear red, is that weird? They're all in black and he's in red. That's strange.
Tell him we're returning the message to them.
I'm going to knock on the door.
Again, some steps come across. Sliding metal scrapes across the door, and it pokes open again. Can I help you?
I think I'm returning your friend, and I'm going to show him the head.
He's not my friend.
Oh, did you not like him?
I'm sorry. I think you're mistaken.
Can I insight that?
Sure.
I want to know whether I am just making random shit up or whether he's. Oh, who knows? Who doesn't know?
He's genuinely confused.
Oh.
Hassle the priest because he's suspicious. Doesn't insight him once. This red hooded man says he doesn't know him. Fucking tell me the truth now. What?
I'm afraid I don't know who that is. We are doing important work in here. If you don't mind, I'm needed.
But we're here to cure you.
The door closes and you hear the bolt slide across again.
You know what, Moose, there's another door on the other side, you know. This time the password's probably cheesecake.
1 second. Who is that with? Right. Is there a gap in the door?
Oh, here we go.
There's a bit, yeah. There's a bit of light that spills into the room. I mean, you probably couldn't look very well into it, but you can certainly see there's a gap.
Okay, cool. I'm not going to do it.
Please
I know what
don't.
you're thinking.
Please don't. I'm not
not
coming
gonna-
in to help. I'm not doing it.
But I am going to give Nim a wink and point at the gap.
You want me to go through?
No. But, sorry, excuse me. I'm going to brush past this. Sorry.
Okay, I'm prepared to do God knows what, but I'm ready to do it.
Sorry. Sorry. Squeezing through all the pews and making as much of a nuisance as I can.
Yeah. As you approach this corner, there's Phelan arm over the side on a pillar, talking to Sephi.
Excuse, we haven't got time for this. Stop flirting.
This isn't flirting, this is passing on information. Where the fuck have you been?
Oh, we were just talking to the red-hooded man in that doorway. It doesn't look suspicious at all, by the way.
Right.
But we've seen a gap, if you know what I mean.
All right.
So
So we are thinking he bolted the door, but I think we should be able to go wherever we like because I think this is a public building and they've locked us out of an area. So we want to explore because we're entitled to do that. And I think we should just pop in, just you know what I mean, just.
You want us to use the gap just to pop in?
Yeah, just pop in.
Right. Are you referring to?
What was your news anyway?
There's a fiend under the building. You can get underneath this building. There's something underneath it.
that's much bigger intel than yours, Moose. Just saying.
Right, not a competition.
You said it was. I'm just saying it's a lot more helpful information than there's a man in a red hood.
And the gap. Don't forget the
And
gap.
the gap, yes.
How do we know that the way down isn't where the man in the red hood is?
We don't know where the gap or the where is to go down. Because
Exactly, so if we
it's
just
a
go in
big-
that
it's a
room and
big-
have a look.
But what if it's not that room?
Well, then we tick that one off our tick box check list.
Would it help you if I told you that the ping for the indication that I received for the fiend is more to the north, underneath the building?
To the which way's north?
Points.
Which way did you point?
North. This way. Don't even know if you can see my ping on the fucking map.
Oh.
There's a ping.
Wall the altar. Got you.
Again, I don't. It's around
I mean,
there.
that's-
I don't know how. It's roughly about a mile down.
Mile down.
Yep.
A full mile.
Maybe.
I mean, the red-hooded man's closer.
Do we think we could probably find... Oh, you know who the people to ask about this? The dwarves. You know, the people with the mines that are presumably underground.
Yes. Yes.
Moose! I'm still
Do you know
looking at
who
this
we
gap.
should ask? We should ask the guy at the altar. Where's he gone?
I mean, the priest, he's no longer there.
Moose has been gone quite a while now, Nim. Is this normal?
I don't know. Maybe he wants me to go through this gap.
Quick. Yeah. You do you. I'll be there in a sec. Oh, baby.
John Travolta, arms, looking everywhere. What do you mean, me do me? You know, we're running out of time here. I don't think we should be here much longer. This is starting to push a little bit too far for everything right now.
Oh, we've
I
got
think
hours.
we've learned enough to like have some questions to sort out. We don't
I
want to aggro this whole temple.
No, we don't.
Gonna knock on the door.
No, we don't. You should be happy there's a pillar in my eyeliner. You would get the meanest set of daggers because I can't see. But if I could, then would.
Question: is it just a single dagger?
Staring dagger. A moment goes, steps towards the door, latch pulls open, red hooded man addresses you, Nim.
We wish to pray. Can you let us in, please?
I'm afraid access to this chamber is not currently available to the public.
I'm going to put my foot between the door, discreetly. No, I'd like to pray in there. The priest said we can pray and do what we want, so this chamber
I'm afraid not in this chamber. Please remove your foot.
No, I want to pray.
That's fine. You may do that in the central chamber. This
I can't.
chamber is being used privately.
I pray to the Lady of Shadows. There is no shadows in here.
We do not pray to the shadows. We pray to the lights. If you wish to pray, do so at your own whim, but not here.
See, you deny me my faith. Where's the boss?
I'm
Boss!
not letting you into this room.
I'm not leaving till I pray.
Okay. He's gonna really push the door now to the point where it's squeezing your foot to.
I'm gonna look at my big beefy orc friends. Ow!
Orcish Shoot's gonna lean forward. Good sir. We were in fact invited by the priest to speak privately of matters.
I promise you, you are no permission. The priest may return and speak with you, but currently you are not allowed in the room. This room is in occupation.
I sincerely appreciate that, but we can only act on what we were told, and the priest himself told us that should we wish to speak with him privately, we could do so through here.
Roll me deception.
Not
built for this.
charismatic. I'm not charismatic at all.
Oh dear.
Oh no!
I don't mean to judge your character, but I know for a fact that can't be true. I would ask your friend to please remove their foot so I may close the door once more.
Okay. Then let me put it this way. You are to remove the door from my friend's foot, and he will proceed into this chamber and pray to his god of shadows. And you will allow me also to enter this chamber and see what is literally afoot in this building that contains certain lies and misrepresentation that I do not appreciate as someone of faith.
He's now pushing the door now with quite more fervour. So, Nim, you're going to take 2 points of damage as you feel your foot beginning to be crushed a little bit. And it's just very insistently, despite Orkishu's direction, he's not taking no for an answer now.
Can I use my hand and possibly use athletics to push back?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
You built for that,
26.
right? We found out what you're built for.
As you do so, you simply push him out the way and he falls to the floor behind you. The chanting in the room comes to a complete halt. Every person who was at their chair and being peaceful in chorus have stopped, and the 30 or so people in the room are now looking directly towards you and now this event that's been created. You see into the room now, and it's sort of a smaller chamber prayer room, and there are 6 of the red hooded, and there is one at the back now with black robes and a sort of spiked brown upon his head, and they're looking at you. Well, they've all got masks on, so you can't quite tell the appearance, but from the stances, they are very guardant and unsure if this is going to break out into some sort of fight.
Explain this chamber. And this is not
You do.
Chamber of Light.
The black robed gentleman at the back of the room. You do not have permission to be here. You have been asked kindly to leave.
I have been
You've now
asked
broken entry.
He hurt my foot.
I have been asked kindly, but I do have permission to be here as a follower of light and faith. This is not a chamber of light, from what I can see here. Explain.
If you'd like to roll me a perception check.
This means I'm totally wrong.
So you can see, so it's a half mask on the person at the back of the room, but you could still see enough of the facial features to realise this is the priest who you were speaking to prior. He's changed his robes, he's got a mask on, and there were some sort of different sermon that was happening in his room. of which you can't quite tell. The room aesthetics is similar to that of the room you're already in. There's light, there's candles lit everywhere. It's just a different type of people in the room. But he, the priest at the back, you were given the run of the cathedral to speak with your gods as you wish. We need this room to do our private prayers. You're intruding on that, and I must ask why.
You are not truthful. That is why.
How
I
so?
come to seek the truth.
How so?
You know that there are people using this cathedral for ill intentions.
There's a sort of grimace that comes across the lower part of his face, like his jaw and mouth. I do not understand what you are talking about.
There are those who seek harm to this city. They have a base of operations.
And this is not it. This is the Scorched Academy, and I assure you it is only used for good.
And yet, when questioned, you hesitate. You know something. And if you wish to save this city, if you care for the people, if you care for the people that you provide sermons to, then you will assist us fully and completely.
I have nothing more I can provide you. I'm sorry. The answers you seek are not here.
I'll be looking to Nim a little bit for guidance now, because you guys know a lot more than what Orkishu knows of the city and a lot of the things you guys have been looking for.
I'm going to look and say, I can't see any shadows in there. Let's try another room. And I'm going to step out. Come on, Orkishu. Let's find a room with shadow.
I'm going to look to the priest once more and go, sins are seen by more eyes than mortal planes. And then back out.
The red cloak who was on his ass gets up, brushes himself off, and closes the door too. Which for some reason the door has disappeared on the mouse. That's good. I think I'll be into some new book.
Issue this way. This way. Come on.
The eyes of the room of everyone in the centre now are just following you through as you walk through.
Some privacy, please. We're here to pray. Come on. Wow.
There's no verbal response.
Moose. Moose.
One sec. I've just got to ask this guy a question.
Go for it.
I'm going to lean into this guy. And I'm just going to whisper in his ear and be like, are you here praying to the fiend as well?
There's a moment of pause before he responds to you in a very whispered tone that only yourself would hear. Actually, you can join me in the whispers.
Oh boys.
So literally whispering.
What are the chances? I was so scared.
Yeah.
All right.
I was like, am I going to lose my backup character already?
I
We can
was
take
so
him.
ready to walk out the door and just leave everybody to it. There was
He's
no
such
way.
a coward, that Phelan.
There was no way.
You wouldn't have left Seffi though, would you?
Yeah, Elseffi's with me, so it doesn't matter.
She may have
She would
left
have
as
left
well
with me.
because this was,
we would have
this
went.
was not her idea of a subtle infiltration.
No, it was not.
We need to see what's through the doors.
Phelan came to do what Phelan was here to do, and it was to scout and gather information. I have gathered the information, we have scouted, it is now time to leave. That's all we needed.
There's another door to look through.
Not right now, there's not.
I mean, it seems maybe Moose has randomly picked the right person to speak to.
Or he's picked a complete randomer and is now going to be convinced that they're in on everything.
Yeah.
It's just going to be another Izzy, like, oh, they're a friend. It's the mortal enemy.
Yep.
Okay, so that guy's the bad guy.
No,
Noted.
thank God, though.
God, they definitely looked a bit dodgy though. Like,
Look, to be honest, I think we could have taken them.
Mm,
No.
not if the rest of the congregation was also
Oh, that-
watching and ready to jump in.
We just close the door and bolt it. Be fine.
Mm-mm.
All it takes to convince us of someone being evil is a locked door that they won't let us into. That's all it takes.
They're
That's
not
all we
allowed
need.
here.
God
Why?
forbid a man has privacy.
It's a private sermon. Dare you?
Trying to break in and it's good. One of us, we're going to break into a door one day and it is actually going to be someone sitting on the pan. Open this door. No, I don't think so. I will tell you now. Open this door. No, bang. Do you mind? Like, I'm trying to do my business here. Paper in hand over like crotch. Can you just...
Orchestra just wants to be helpful. You know, you guys need to get in these doors, so you know.
You picked the wrong people to follow. Picked the worst pair. The worst pair.
Everyone's like, "Oh, Christmas should be great for you." Didn't build him this way.
No.
It's a paladin.
No, he's not a face paladin. He's a hit first paladin.
Oh well. Like I didn't polymorph into a big monkey and smash him one.
That's the thing. When I build my characters, I don't build them to be like, I'm going to be like the best version of this class. It's what is this character? What are they good at? What are they not good at? Why are they this class?
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll work out this Academy of Scorching. It just bugs me that all this shit is going on in the city, and these fuckers are just holed up here with a fire giant walking around the perimeter.
Yeah, I mean, you
That's-
can't blame the priest for not going about and walking about the street though. The man's human, he'll die.
He's a priest.
Like, yeah, but he didn't say he was going to sacrifice himself. He's here to bring the
Yes.
good out in people and all that stuff. He's not going to
But-
walk into the street, catch the plague, and die.
But also, some of these are elves. Could
Yeah,
have sent the elves out.
That's true.
And we are working for the Princess Rosewater, the Dwarven Thane, and the Druid. So we should have some authority, surely.
no,
Like the
because
three.
nobody knows that we are. only the ones we've spoken to know.
I just remembered something. The ages ago when we were in the tavern where we met the elf that like took us to the elves,
The Songbird.
was there not one of the other patrons, one of the like body burners? Was he the Dragonborn or the other one?
He was an
Because I
orc, was he
remember,
not?
can't remember which way around it
Goliath.
I thought
There was a
the
Goliath.
was. You're right.
Well, the both because I thought the barkeep was the Goliath. Does that mean there was two Goliaths?
No, the barkeep was a tiefling. It was just a very tall, big tiefling. That was
Oh.
Winter. But there was in the tavern, you did speak to a Goliath,
Yes.
who did say he was part of the academy.
I thought he was an orc.
No,
think there
she
was an orc.
lady.
Ugh.
I can't remember now.
Was a Goliath.
There was an orc in. I think it was an orc. There was an orc barmaid somewhere, but it's not. It's not here.
No, I thought it's because I thought the barmaid was a Goliath, and then the person sitting having a drink that worked for the fire people was an orc.
No. I can. Yeah, I don't think there was any orcs. You're talking about the Crossroad Inn, where the only tavern you've been to. I don't think there was any orcs in there. Hang on. Yeah, there was a lizard folk. There was a Goliath, but that was it.
God knows.
No
How does
orcs.
Moose-
You got orcs on the brain?
How does Moose look?
Anyway, back in the room for a second.
Yes.
You see Moose go over and he starts whispering in this guy's ear, and halfway through the conversation, you hear Moose very loudly sort of laugh and go, "That was your friend," and then he goes to whispers again, and then a few seconds pass, and then all you hear is Moose go, "Fuck!" And he starts making his way very fast, very quickly this way.
Is your friend
Time
okay?
to leave quickly.
It's shoot. If Moose is on the move, we should follow. Excuse
okay.
us, coming through.
Is everything all right?
Yeah, no time. Bye.
Oh, we're
Oh, it's Phelan leaning against the pillar.
Ah, shit! I don't want to go that way.
What's up, Moose?
Right, we've got about, and I'm going to look at my non-existent watch on my wrist. We've got about 50 seconds to get the shit out of this place before all of those one person, because that's all one person, or maybe it is one. I don't know. It could be lots of people that are just one person. Anyway, I'm rambling a little bit, but they're basically going to kill us all because they're actually just one person, and they were all looking at me, and it was really weird. And now there's a big thing outside, and I'm a bit panicky right now. Can you help?
How can all the people in the black robes be one person? They're all different people.
Did you not watch how they all just looked at me like as a wanna?
Yeah, but
I
also,
was behind a pillar.
yeah.
I didn't see. I'm sorry.
I mean, I already looked at every single one of them with an ability, and I can tell you they're all certain different people.
Moose, let's talk more darkness. Let's all hold hands and let's get the hell out.
Let's do that. I will cast darkness.
Okay. So 20, is it? No, you cast it on an item normally, don't you?
Yeah, I'll cast it on anything pretty much.
Pass it on yourself. We'll all hold hands.
Put it on my armour, and then we're off.
And we're conga line out of here. I'm going to hold the orc's hand.
Well, you guys, only those who can see through the darkness, which is Moose and maybe Sephi with the blind sight. I don't think you can quite. It's like 10 foot or something like that.
Feet away from him, she should have the reach to see. Kind of.
Yeah. So the rest of you, as Moose guides you through this black orb over you, there's this sense of unbearable heat as you make your way down some steps very swiftly as Moose is like carefully making her way around this colossal creature.
How do we do it this way? Let's try this way. Come along.
Who, for Moose, is just staring at you. And there's a wry grin on the giant's face.
Is it? Oh no, there's not a way.
I mean, you should.
How
big
is this drop?
over. Yeah, it's fine. It's not that big a jump.
I'm literally just gonna. I'm not gonna warn them. I'm just gonna go.
We're holding hands, so we're going to be following.
Feel just hit her over, whatever.
It's going to be like when you walk down the stairs at night and forget there's a step.
No, of course.
Yeah. I can't move the token over, but yeah.
We're going.
No, it's okay. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I can safely assume that you're all just bugging out on your way.
Oh, God. I think this classifies as us being out. We're out. I think we're safe.
What the fuck's going on, Moose?
So I started whispering to that one guy, and I said to him, are we here to pray to the fiend?
Yeah.
At which point he said that, we shouldn't be here because, and then I was like, how do you know? And then they're like, we know it and you know it. Or I know it and then you know it. And I was like, what do you mean I know it and you know it? And I was like, and then I said to him, I'm not going to persuade you that I'm actually just one of you guys, are you? And he said, not while you're carrying my friend's head in your bag. At which point I sort of, laughed at him and asked him and said, oh, that's your friend. And then I went, well, if he's your friend, it probably means that you're mortal, so you can be killed as well, because no immortal is going to be friends with a mortal. That just doesn't make any sense. At which point he then told me we had 60 seconds to leave, and all of the people in that room stared at me in unison, and he implied heavily that he has eyes absolutely everywhere and can control anyone at any time. At which he did. He controlled the entire room at the same time. And I figured it's probably best not to, fight an entire room of people. And then as we've just left, I don't know whether you saw the big giant fire creature, but it also saw through the darkness and watching us as we ran past.
Maybe we should have just fireballed the room.
Maybe we shouldn't have just aggroed the entire room. Maybe we should have just asked the questions, took it as it is, and left.
Yep, took the information we got, which, was a decent amount, and left before drawing.
We've got even more information now. And we still left.
And they got more information about us.
Yeah, and now we can't get back in because it's been completely annihilated for any of us to get back in the building, because as soon as we walk in, it's on site.
But they knew who we were anyway.
Yeah.
But that's fine. If
I
they
s-
weren't going to do anything about it, then that wasn't a problem until later.
They probably were going to do something.
Well, they didn't do it.
Maybe they were
told us
waiting
that
for
was the
something else to turn up.
I think we need to warn everyone about them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This meeting. Give them the heads up.
We need to hide this body somewhere. Of the Warforged. Not
Thought we
carry
were
around
selling
with
it.
us. Yeah, but if you remember when we did Lab Week, the guy was going to repair him, and I'm scared they're going to repair this guy again, being a machine eat.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, how about we just like rip out whatever made him and just like use the rest of it? I don't know how they work.
I don't think any of us do.
If we get some time, we can sit down and start ripping them apart, and it's all just parts. Just like you. If we chop you up, you're just parts.
What if we go to the council, form a militia, come back and burn the bastard down?
Well, I say we go to the council, get them to form the militia, and we don't even come back. We just let them do it.
Problem is, if the main threat is a mile downwards, burning this is going to do nothing.
No, but we'll get rid of those people.
It made me feel better.
I feel like since they're very fire themed, they probably have ways to ensure their whole place doesn't burn down. That
Well,
just
we water
makes
it down.
sense to me.
Well, then I polymorph Moose into a giant monkey and he rips the place down.
We
Is there a
also
chimney?
don't want to harm innocents either in the building. I know
They're
that
not-
the building is being used as a base for some vagabonds, but from what you've said, it seems like that this particular person can infiltrate people's minds. So how do we know that they're all on their side and not simply just bystanders caught in the middle?
Issue. The people we're against seems to be a mind flayer type, lifted. Much about them.
I
Which
see.
is so maybe Tadpole's in the people, or he's using some mind control. So if he can beat anyone in a thing, he will have spies everywhere. Be a collective like ants, rather than individuals.
Is there any spells that can protect people's brains?
Probably, but I don't think anyone has the capacity to do it. It's you and Nim that's the spellcasting here.
If we had taken Number's helmet, that might have helped. But we were in too much of a rush to get out of that place.
Yeah, I don't think it would fit.
Well,
a
we
big-
could figure out
big
what made it work, or I don't know. I don't know how magic stuff works.
There is some spells, but I yet to learn them.
Okay.
Well, I think that would be a good little time for us to call a break. As we're 9:35, and we've had some nice revelations, and it's scouting. You did your scouting. Not complaining, that's the yeah. Just a recon without a single stealth roll. We like those. We like those. This is a conversational recon.
But we've learned so much.
You have. Which we will leave it at that. I will not say no more. We will come back just before 10 to. Yeah, just before 10 to. Pee and drink and whatnot. Cool off if you got a fan, because I'm going to fan. let's get back. So having left the Scorched Academy and discussed the revelations found or the concerns of those either running or manipulating the academy, you find yourselves about 20 or so minutes until the summit at the Cartography Society, and given it's just next door, like 5 minutes down the road, you can just make your way there if you want. There's no reason. You could stall, you could talk a bit more, but that's up to you.
I say go there, but we take kind of a circuitous route because
That's exactly what I was
after
gonna
Moose's
say.
conversation, I think we're probably all a little bit paranoid. We kind of don't
Mhm.
want to lead them right to where all of the important people are gathering in one place.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was
Yeah.
definitely going to be keeping an eye out in case someone's decided to follow us to see where we're going.
And I think you discussed or reasoned with the groups not to bring too big of a force to not seem imposing on the other groups.
Yeah.
So would likely there's no reason for them not to have been on board with that idea. Yeah. I've got the fucking sorry, get onto the box. I've got the itchiest nose. I'm getting hay fever. Right. So meandering your way to the Cartographer Society in the most roundabout method. You've got 20 minutes, so you can take all that time doing so and making your way through the streets and the alleyways. If you're worried about being followed and such, you're more than welcome to make a group perception.
Mm-hmm.
Or a stealth, depending if you want us to be quiet about it or whatever. Depends how you want to act.
Nah, I'm not rolling great at all.
Yeah.
I will probably say it. It's amazing rolls, but because I assume that Sephi, having known the place a bit more, would lead the pact in the most roundabout way of doing it. But as you're going through the streets, most of you don't sense or feel you're being watched in any way. Moose, you're probably just a little bit more attentive, and there's certainly no one trailing you, and you're very cautious as to alleyways and nooks of just if there's any eyes or vagrants or people. There's been more people you've seen today than you have in previous days, and just very, very, very careful on anyone being extra attentive. But fortunately, it seems that you have been left to your own devices, it would seem, as you zigzag your way towards the entrance of the Cartographer Society. There is at the entrance, so this is a grand sort of it's like a 2-story structure, very square-based. All I've got is sort of like a big Buckingham Palace sort of look to it, where it's got a large gate entrance and the building is very large and wide rather than deep. Quite fine architecture, well maintained. It's still got a little bit of fortification, just nothing similar to the elves or the dwarves, etc. As you approach the gates, there are a small contingent, so you see a couple of elves, of which you don't recognise, but they're dressed in armour. There is some halflings, again, one of which you will recognise as Harvey. There's no dwarves though. As you approach the gate, which are open, and you are all expected. So no one's challenging you entering if you wish to do so.
No point waiting outside.
Okay, well, there's a grand hall once you get inside that you're drawn to. There's a large chamber with a sort of jade crystal motif of stained glass embedded on the floor, which I will take you to better explain it now. Let me just place you on. but it goes down like a big set of stairs to get to it. And you see here there is a small group of does in sort of robes and somewhat monasterial clothing, that sort of a unique type of guard which seems pertinent to this location. Like they have their own sort of guards. Coming down the set of stairs, you're approached by what appears to be a tiefling, though they're very light and very thin, like a very azure blue skin, white dress, white horns, very large pointed ears to the side, and blue sort of braids coming down the front of the face. And she addresses you. You can see past her now. The other groups have already arrived and are tentative, and discussions haven't quite taken place. The blue tiefling approaches you all and gives a small bow. I believe you are all expected. I am the Duchess Supra of the Society. I welcome you all. The summit is waiting for you before beginning. I hope everything is as you need it to be. They're waiting on you.
Is there snacks?
I'm afraid not.
Fine. Like I brought my own.
If you need to relax, we have some meditation rooms before entering the meeting, but I imagine the time is a little short.
Yeah, no, I think we're all fine to go.
Let's go see what they have to say.
Is everyone in attendance? We can see the dwarves outside.
Yes, they are here as well. Yeah, you're more than welcome to make your way downstairs into the grand chamber. And you see they've all divided amongst themselves. There's no chairs, everyone's just stood. There seems to be more of a sanctimonious room rather than some sort of meeting room. It's just been used haphazardly for this meeting. They've had less than a day to prepare, and it's not really meant for this use, but they're making do. And you see the Archdruid Salanwe. She's brought a couple of her songbirds to her right, Iris and Artemis. Princess Harihi on the other side. You see Sword Robust and Lord Pash on their back, and Fane Belfast is also here with his captain, and Magester in flank also. And they all turn. They're all... A couple of them are sort of tapping their toes, waiting. They're very tentative to begin, but they're not... There's an uneasy, palpable air, as no one really wants to go first, and while they're waiting to go first, they know full well that the people who have coordinated this meeting, that were waiting to come, and as you guys enter the room, they're very relieved, almost. Salanwe, the Archdruid, comes to you and just... Oh, we can finally begin. We worried you were all waylaid.
No, we're here. Found something out though that you should probably all be aware of. We dropped by the academy, and yeah, it seems like they're maybe harboring the people who are behind of this. And also, there's a fiend somewhere deep down, like a mile down or something. I don't know. Phelan, you're probably better at explaining that. It was you that did it with your senses.
Yeah.
Aye, come forward, lass.
I hope you weren't referring to me as a woman.
Lad.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not like I can really give too much on it. But there's if you're standing or sitting in the pews in the middle of the room, there is a fiend below the building, north of the building. I mean, it could be a mile down, it could be less than that. A mile is really how much I can. It's how far I can sense. But we were obviously going to come in to speak to yous, especially you know, use the dwarves, as yous are the ones that know all the tunnels. I don't know if there's tunnels underneath that, or if the building itself actually has underground to it.
Before you start all talking plans and all the rest of it, the very important point, I think, is are any of you here not who you say you are?
There's a resounding sort of shake of the head, but there is very uneasy tension now as each individual in the room eyes every other individual in the room, now concerned. Princess Haruhi comes to you. Are you worried we might have been infiltrated? Because if not, we can't stay here. It's not a good idea.
More of whatever it is that we're dealing with can sort of mind control things. And I think it's very important that we be honest about that, and we all just keep an eye on one another. And if people start acting out of character or looking slack-jawed or in some way look like they're listening but not listening because they want to join in, but listening because they're going to overthrow the plan and tell someone else, if you know what I mean, just be aware of it. And I don't think it matters where we go. It's more of a case of, yeah, I mean, this one creature took over an entire church to stare at me for a few moments. It was pretty creepy.
Solanwe's ears prick up, and as both yourself and Phelan have come forward, she glares at the Fane Belfast. Our learned friends are suggesting that there's something underground. I believe that would be your jurisdiction if there's something going on. I'd appreciate it if you come forward, Fane. Well, what they are saying, this is new information to us, but as far as the mains are concerned, there's all sorts of horribles down there. We discussed about finding abominations starting to crawl out of there, but in terms of fiends, that's new information. There's sort of a very judgmental look returned from Solanwe, just very unsure and untrusting. And I think it's probably received, brought back by the Fane as well. They're sort of like very at ease at each other. Harry looks to you. Look, we've all come here to try and breach the peace. We've all not had to be able to talk in the last week because of this plague and the goings-ons that have been happening in the city. This group, these horsemen that our learned colleagues have so graciously managed to deal with at some point. They are what's taking over the city and using this plague as some sort of driving force behind it. We can't be at arms against each other. Fane sort of stands back up. I'm not the one saying there's people, that is our minds that are causing the problems. We've been attacked just as much as either you. Actually, saying that, halflings, you weren't even attacked at all, so that's a bit funny, isn't it? Parry's looking a little bit looking a bit tense, and she's like, "No, we weren't."
May I add? I think this being is trying to sow discord among you guys. You've got to stick together, not fight each other. That's what they want.
I believe that to be true as well. I think that's the case.
So let's stop pointing fingers. Let's stop calling names and who did what. Let's get some food out and have a proper chat.
Does anyone here know the spell Zone of Truth?
I do, Moose.
Awesome. If you one moment, and I'm going to walk forward. If you were to just cast it here, where I am, and I'm going to just point at the middle of the room, we could all just take turns, walk into the zone, and make a statement such as, I am not on the side of the bad guys, and then walk out. And I'm pretty sure that would be, enough for everyone here to be happy enough that no one here is working for the other side.
Are we working for the bad guys still?
The leaders of all the groups nod, and they would be more than happy to take this security measure.
Mhm. And we will do so as well. I mean, this isn't just a we don't trust you. This should be an everybody that is present, including the guards, the sentries, and anyone that may listen.
Yep. Well, if you like, then if you cast the spell, we will form a queue.
I shall step forward. Orkishi will, as they're preparing to cast the spell, they'll also say, "Please, no one resist the spell. I will know if you do so."
Mhm.
And then I will cast the spell in the vicinity that Moose has requested. It is a 15-foot radius, so I don't know
Yeah.
if that's relevant
And
to speaking up or not for people.
should we allow one question for each as well, rather than just the statement? Just an idea.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a 15-foot, all leaders can have this every single discussion within it. Then there's no hidden full stop. You can't step out of it and say what you want after you've went, oh, I don't work for them, and then go out of it and then go, but this, and then have a go at somebody. This isn't going to help anybody. It's not going to resolve anything if you're at each other's throats about who was in trouble and who's had it the worst and what's ever going on. At the end of the day, you all live here and it's completely fucked. You all need to help fix it. Regardless of how you feel with each other. It is everybody in this town's problem.
Mm-hmm. If Ray, you'd be so kind as to link the spell, I just need to know like the casting time, duration, etc., just to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, it's display on VTT. So it's 10 minutes.
It's like it's on now. It's 10. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't have a high saving throw DC, but I think the key point is that I'll know if the person fails or passes. So that's why I was like, don't resist it, purposely fail.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so are we doing the queue for? Yeah, we'll stick with that. So the druid will go first. Solanway, more than happy, and Haruhi's like a step behind her. They are more than content with this measure being taken in place. Fane maybe a little bit begrudgingly, but will also follow as well. And it does so for about 5 minutes. So you have the songbirds, the mage to the captain, etc. Lord Pash is a little bit tentative at first, but then we'll go through go into it as well. If you want to do the questions or anything, feel free to just pop them up and say if there's a question relevant to a person. If that was the ploy.
The only question I would ask each of them in turn is, are you in any way responsible for acting against your own people in aiding the people that have harmed your people? And don't mince around it. It needs to be a yes or a no.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can happily... Everyone that passes through, including the guards, Duchess Super as well as everyone's accoutrement, will be happy to say that they've done nothing in their power to affect their people. No, if that's the correct response. And there'll be no pings for you, Ray, of anyone trying to deceive or cheat the Zone of Truth spell.
I mean, I'm pretty contented. I don't know about the rest of you, gang, but I'm happy that everyone here is acting in good faith. And because obviously we've heard individuals talk bad about one another. I'm happy they're doing that from paranoia, not from actual events.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Paranoia or outstanding grudges, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, not to mention any names, and I'm just going to stare at the dwarf. You know, maybe we should now put our grudges on hold.
Okay. We're all here to discuss peace and working together. I am here to do the exact same. My people are nearly eradicated from the city, so I've no qualms with this, not for a second. How? Salanway addressing you guys now. So the Scorched, the body burners of the city, you believe them to be source of the plague, or simply that they have a greater dealing with this?
We have reason to believe that they are have the horsemen either in their building or associated with them. Whether they caused the plague or not is still unknown, because we don't know what's actually started it or who's caused it or what. This is a theory that we've basically built up from the information that we've gathered from each one of yous, where we've pinned the plague starting with the horsemen because they want something they want something greater, and the plague was to distract all of yous, which it has done so.
I have done it just. Managed to keep us from providing any military aid to the city. The druids from providing any healing or any sustenance. And it stops the halflings from keeping any diplomacy for anyone between our factions. They're the only ones that have been level-headed enough to try and reach out. So, what are we doing about the Scorched? They have to go, right?
Well, yeah, but when everything obviously started happening, did you tell them that they had to deal with what they've been dealing with, or did they volunteer, for the bodies and such? Like, was it something that they willingly did, or was it like did they do it from the start? Did it take a while for them to come around?
Harry will come forward. So their leader, Rybeth, approached us when the early days, it was maybe 2 to 3 days into the symptoms getting worse and deaths were starting to happen. Bodies were beginning to sort of pile up. We were approached by them and they offered us a solution to, as horrible as it sounds, eradicate the disease that was left on the corpses. That it was their suggestion, and logically speaking, it seemed appropriate to try and squash it as best we can. We couldn't find the source of it, but we could at least stop these piles of bodies being batteries for the plague to keep going.
Sorry to interrupt, but did anybody witness them actually burning any bodies? I mean, it's just because they say they did. Does that mean they did?
We seen it when we were coming in, did we not? When we first arrived, we seen a couple of people with a pile and doing what they needed to do with it.
Yeah, you think on like the first day, especially walking through the streets, you would have seen their pyromancers and the Archdruid as well has been like confident that they've seen them physically do that. They have been burning bodies. There have been piles of it, and they could smell it in the streets.
Other than the day they obviously suggested that they were obviously going to try and squash it as much as they could, have they approached since that point? Like, has anything ever come up that they've questioned anything or said that we're going to do something other than the initial, we'll squash this by burning the bodies?
The three look to each other and just sort of shake their heads. None of them saying they'd been approached or even had any communications with the Scorched since the plague started. And only then, Harry, he's the only one who spoke with anyone from there directly. I don't think, both the Thane and the Archdruid had said they'd never been approached or spoken to any of the Academy at any point.
How far into how long has the plague been going on again?
Questions. I have it a couple of weeks or something like that. I can't quite remember. It's either a couple of weeks or a month.
So if
Go on.
if you're very keen to get rid of the bodies, is there something maybe on the bodies that could either be help to trace it or used in the making of a cure or something that they don't want to find.
Archdruid, Salanway, or maybe it was just them. If they're at hand here, this was a cover for them to freely go about the city and pretend they were doing the right thing. I mean, they have pretty much the free reign over the city while the guards were down, and none of us had our own forces within the city. They were the only ones that had free reign to go around and do as they wish.
Did they have a reason to cause any harm to the city prior to this plague? Like, is there any form of issues that's happened before this came across? Like any issues with yous or within anything? Like, have they ever had an issue that's more or less that they might hold a grudge for?
Prior to the plague, no, they are very devout and they've never really sought ill will on anyone. They have very much in the same way as we are to Gransax. They have been very beholden to their gods, and they never sought any damage or harm to anyone, and very much happily let anyone in to pray and use their cathedral as wish. They've never shown ill intent.
Are you all aware of who the Kennedy twins are?
They all nod.
Do you, if any of you have any form of information, do you know if the Kennedys ever went towards the academy or spoke with anyone within the academy at all?
I'd say Lord Pash would come forward, just in the background. Well, I have been known to keep tabs on people, and they were people of high importance in the city. Now, most of the time, they're kept in their keep, and what I'm told from my spies, that is just been the case. However, there was a visit. They did visit the academy, I think, just prior to them leaving, I think. I'm afraid I don't know the discussion. None of my spies would have been able to penetrate the Scorched Academy without being noticed, but they told me that's where they had visited.
Sephi, most yous obviously have, yous are probably the more ones to speak about the Kennedys more than anyone, because yous have been in the mansion before that's been mentioned, that yous have obviously bumped into some, yous have been like in another building that they owned. And I have lost exactly what the fuck I was going to say. It's gone.
No.
Hi, I have to remember what three people are saying, so it's okay. It's hard.
Do you know if they were extremely wealthy?
Certainly. They had massive resources.
Does...
Go on.
I was just going to say, does the name Sierra Madre mean anything to anyone here? Has anyone heard that before?
Probably the Maester will come forth. He's the eldest dwarf in the room. I heard of a casino or a gambling house that was lost. I don't know if it's a tall tale or just something to entertain children, but tales go that it was once the crowning glory of a city, a place where people would go and spend their gold and luck and fortune, and on one day it just ceased to be there. The mountain it was once about atop of was just dirt and rock. The space was gone. The people who attended it, nowhere to be seen. Vanished. I thought it was just a tale to scare children, but you seem to think it has some relevance.
We read a mention of it in Kennedy's old journal that they left. So there was something there that they were looking for.
Some say it was destroyed, others say it disappeared from this plane to another. It's all hearsay. It could be some research maybe we could look into. See if there's any truth into this.
Does any of you know who the Doctor is? That's all they're referred to. It's the Doctor.
And they have a sanctum deep in the bones of the city.
I'll say the Archdruid was probably the only one who'd recognise it, and I think the phrase I think has been given to you is the Good Doctor, of which she'd show some recognition. Yes, there was a scientist and a well-meaning man, a healer of the people. He wasn't from our kin, but he approached us. His name is... the Good Doctor is just a pseudonym. His name was Dr. Curian. He was hoping to do... Well, he was a healer. He was looking out for people. He sought for us to find greater ways to advance his medicines and his... He dealt more in potions than magics.
Definitely.
But this is some time ago. I'd say he's was an alchemist, maybe.
Could you describe what he looks like?
I believe him to be human. Bald head, brown beard, large white coat. Quite a bulky man, really.
Short, fat, bald guy.
Probably a little older, maybe 60 human years.
Short, fat, old, bald guy. Got it. And how many years ago was this?
Oh, he was in the city about 6 months ago. Well, yeah. He approached us about 6 months ago. About healing magics. He was looking for a way to increase the potency of his salves at the time, I think.
How shocked would you to find out that I've got a letter that implicates him into aiding the twins in their plot to just do really fucked up shit?
I don't think I would say shocked. This is a time where everyone appears to be misjudged at first for being good and then being worse. I wouldn't say I'm not surprised, but I wouldn't go as far to say I would have called him out as being a source of this at the same time.
Do you know
He didn't.
where he did his works?
You know what? Yes. Yes. Hang on. Let me check my map. So he had a he had a house just off Manor Wall, so south of between Brimstone and Scorched on the map, and it would have been like just under the Dragon's right wing, so very centralized in the city for the time he'd spent there.
Perfect. We will probably need to go and have a look there at some point.
Maybe do some digging, see what's underneath.
I think so too.
Of course. I can't encourage it more.
how many soldiers, and I'll use hyphens, my finger hyphens. How many people, again, finger hyphens, do each of you have that could wage some form of fighting over the next couple days?
The dwarves would say 0 until they maybe approach some of any dwarf citizens left to maybe rejoin their army. No one. The Archdruid would suggest they've got about 30 fighting fit Elven warriors that they've managed to recoup as the first group as you managed to help. And the Halflings, they could probably spare about 15, but that also will include their knights, Sir Robust and Sir Boreal.
Now, as you can see, we're a group of, there's 5 of us. Not very many at all, and we've done quite a lot. Not to brag, a little brag. I am bragging, quite a lot. But I ask because that church that we just need, it needs sorting out. And I think it may be slightly above the capabilities of my little group. Because I own it now.
Well, you're in a truth ring. Hello.
Yeah. I believe this is what he believes.
Do you not think that's right? We're going down a tangent. And I think if you 3 were to work together, I mean, the dwarves have said that they have no one, but they can be very good guides. I think with that very, very large man machine creature over there, and the help of the druid, you would be able to clear out that church. Just get rid of them all, and then head down to where we think the fiend is, or Phelan has said that there is a fiend. You don't even have to fight it; just get eyes on or report back, whatever, and then maybe we can then send a stronger troop in. But this will require vast amounts of cooperation, and it will also mean, of course, that you are now on the front foot. And you are taking an active role in regaining your own city, and we can do the investigating into the origins of all of this, and maybe root it out from, or cut it out from the roots, whilst you deal with all the other problems. As an idea, I think it's an idea.
They would collectively be more than happy to send all their help is, and if the combined efforts towards tackling the Scorched Academy. So in total, they're looking at 45 plus off the table like 3 champion level fighters. So 2 knights, and the captain from the dwarves would also be able to help as well. Yeah, they'd be more than happy. They want their city back, and they have the means to now target something at its root. If that is so, the root.
Yeah, I think, me personally, I think that's right. I'm going to look at the group and see how I feel.
Yeah, no, rightfully so. I think the academy's a bit too much for us to handle on our own, because there's no way that we would get through them all. And yous know them and what they do a lot better than what we do as well, which helps.
And at the very least, it could be a really good distraction while we're off checking other stuff.
Yep.
So you didn't have to say that bit.
In a truth ring. So I think we should just go save Livy.
I I've said it once, I've said it twice. I actually don't know how many times I've said it actually while she's been missing, but could you please shut the fuck up about Livy?
Truth ring.
Yep, that is it. Filtriff coming out of my mouth. Filtriff. Can't be stopped.
Didn't we discuss a whole thing where you had to give us gold every time you brought her up? That was a thing we discussed.
Yeah.
Nothing agreed.
I figured live.
Truth ring.
Yep. Tell him. There's a ping on that. Ping on that. Ping on that. Someone bring up the tapes. Bring the tape up. He agreed. Pull that up.
I never agreed.
Pull that up.
Tangents aside. Harry
Sorry,
will look to you and...
That's what this group
When-
is like. by the way.
Yes. When do you think would be best to do this as soon as we can? Or set a time, maybe nightfall?
I don't think
Attack by
night-
darkness?
I genuinely do not think attacking at night is going to help at all. They've got a big, giant creature that can see through magical darkness, so a little bit of night darkness is not going to affect it.
It's also like on fire. I
Mhm.
feel like that needs to be mentioned.
Yeah, no, yeah, it'll be the thing that's on fire, so you'll definitely see it.
The fire.
The only thing that might give you an advantage against is the humans that are in there, but like I said, all of them seem to have been controlled by one thing, and that thing seemed to be capable of just knowing, so it probably just knows where you are anyway. If you have things that can protect people's minds, highly recommend it. I don't know. Don't deal with that sort of stuff.
I would try and draw them out
Mm.
and attack them once they come out. Rather than go
Unless you've got like catapults and you can just collapse the entire thing on top of them.
Mhm. We've got robust.
Yeah, that idea. Good idea.
And while we're in the truth ring, Moose, what the fuck are you?
Oh.
Sorry?
Oh. Oh.
Sorry?
What are you?
What do you mean?
What are you? How would you describe yourself?
I would describe myself as about 3'6". Gnomish.
No mish, but are you a gnome?
Oh, I am a gnome.
Why do you have metal under your skin?
I mean, the metal is me. I'm going to pull out that metal head and be like, this guy could be my cousin.
He's telling the truth. He's telling the truth. So, were you born or made?
I can honestly say I have never seen any metallic creature, warforged or gnomish people, born.
It had to be the clever one that was most difficult, eh? Like the one that knows his way around words. Like, really? Come on now.
Who are you looking for? This?
Hmm?
Who are you looking for? Who are you trying to save? Bring back? We got him in the truth. I can't use it.
Wonderful thing about the zone of truth, you see, is I can't lie to you, but I can always just skirt around the answer, you see, and we can talk about something else and change the topic. But you know that I'm obviously doing that. It's a strange thing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you a guess. And if you get it right, I'll say yes.
How can I phrase this? Are you trying to bring yourself back from the dead?
Myself back.
Your entity.
No.
What about the person that made you? Are you trying to bring them back?
Yes.
Fantastic. No further questions.
So we can concentrate on the potentially world-ending drama rather than my personal life.
I'm not so sure. Damn everything.
Thank you for sharing this.
Has it been 6 hours since the roll yet?
We started at 9. This is 12, so no.
We've got some time. We're good. Okay. Sorry, continue.
But you are coming to almost 10 minutes.
Any final questions?
Is anybody aware? Like, is it just tunnels that are underneath the academy building, or do they have like an actual underground part of their building?
Probably the Fane would say that he doesn't believe them to have mine accesses. Or at least if they do, they've not been connected to their own minds. They've got a quite good understanding of what the labyrinth underneath the city is. They've never bumped into any of the sorcerers down there, the flame sorcerers, or connected to tunnels that leads to a basement or an underground part of the academy. The only tunnels they would not know about is someone would have had to do them themselves. And the dwarves are quite, they communicate quite well amongst themselves, so the network they've got is wholly mapped out. But for the Dwergar, they could have mined stuff and not been anything to do with them, and they would not know.
That's what I was thinking.
My only other question I would have is, possible use would they have this dragon, or the remains of the dragon? Could it be magical, something special? Could it be a ritual?
Archdruid would come and say, so even though the dragon is petrified, it is still powerful. It is still a dragon. Even though the body is no longer live, there is still potentially its soul. And that might line up to a note that was found in the Kennedy's keep about their attempts to mess with the dragon, I think. But underneath the rock, it well preserved. So the skin, the scales, potentially the blood, bacteria. Anything.
To get to the dragon. I'll talk to the others. We need to get to that dragon. And that's the key to the...
Well, I think, judging by the notes in the Kennedy's journal, they've gone to this casino to get something that they think can raise this dragon.
So you think we should find the casino?
Or, I don't know. I think we deal with the doctor first anyway, regardless.
There's one final question. How many eyes has Faden got?
Oh, for God's sake.
He's got one eye.
That's a
But
lie. That is a lie. That is a full-on lie.
The 10 minutes has elapsed.
God fucking damn it.
I was trying to get him to say he got two for once.
Fucking.
As the zone fades, I don't think it was So you discussed not to do it at nightfall. Did you guys have a plan in mind for when they go? If they're just as soon as they're able, like the next hour? It's going to take some thought to do a coordinated attack, but it's yours to consider.
I think their best bet as an attack is they have your big guy there, obviously leading the charge, with whoever's going to be, marshal or whatever, fighting forwards, and they launch roughly dinner time because it'll still be light, and they can fight. I don't know if it's going to take an hour or two, but they could fight for an hour or two in light, take the place, and then it would probably get dark. And by the time they've done that, they've probably downed any of the big guys or dangerous guys. And then once they've done that, they're then into night time where they can just hold it and go through whatever it is that's in there. Just as a thought, that would then give them 5-6 hours to organise their life, and if they can't organise putting on a sword and shield and charging in 5-6 hours with 60 people, they should probably, and I'm going to stare at them as I say this, probably think about giving up their office of being in charge, because it's 60 people.
Oh, God. He can't help himself, can he? He's got to throw a jab in.
What do you mean?
They're not offended.
No,
Well,
that's right. Yeah.
However, then they already. So 45 plus champions. They will prepare. We're on 12 o'clock. They will suggest about 3 then. 3 o'clock. They will coordinate as quickly as they're able to move in positions. It means like heavier weapons, like catapults and stuff, might be a struggle to get there. But the personnel, the people who can move, they can get them all there.
Oh, and just a side note. If you see anyone acting really weird and he's like your best mate, but you're not sure if you just kill him. Just put them down. Deal with it later. Turn them off. Turn them on later.
That means you're safe, little fella.
Correct. Yeah, fair. Yeah, absolutely.
I think the only thing, other than obviously rushing the academy and dealing with that, if anybody has anyone that's good with handling, if you have anyone that's good with medicine or possible mixture of some form of chemicals, I suggest that somebody helps the drow out. The drow is currently in the process of, we think we've managed to sort a cure out, and if anyone can lend a hand to helping her produce more over the course of time, she can produce a couple today, but if people can aid in giving her more help, she'll get more done, and then you can start handing that out. It's still currently being tested, so we're not 100% sure that it's a guarantee that it's 100% working, but from the test that's been done so far, everything's fine. I wouldn't start handing it out until like tomorrow, because after I think a full day is probably a wise, they're not dead, nothing else has happened. Hand it out after tomorrow. Then everyone will be fine.
Saladway would volunteer to go to the Brimstone Citadel and go herself. It'll take her away from any of the fighting, but her healing capabilities is paramount to anyone else in this room or even in the city. Next to Kefi, but that's a different talent, a different type of medicine.
Mm-hmm. And then while you're there, Salanway, maybe ask the drow a couple of questions to see if she's figured out what was causing it. Like if it's a case of that it's like if there's a certain bacteria or something, like if she could maybe pinpoint where that's come from. If you know a lot about the dragon, if you could figure that out, then we know it's been extracted from there, and that's what's causing it, then it's a case of that we know which part of the dragon it's come from, if it's to do with its blood or anything within it.
Certainly. I should be able to determine from any of her concoctions if there's any essence of Grand Sax in there. I should hopefully be able to help with that.
Excellent.
We have a plan.
Woohoo!
We love plans.
Yeah, and it's not that complicated. Right?
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
So, with the three groups happy in their coordination, they plan to set march at 3 o'clock, so just as the sun begins to set in 3 hours. Gives you guys 3 hours. We're a little early on the session, so I don't want to end it quite yet, so I figure that's maybe a time to do something.
I think we're gonna go raid the doctor's house, aren't we? Oh, great.
Yep.
This'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's not like there'll be something in there that we will need to deal with at all. No, of course not. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
All good.
It's totally fine.
Oh.
We need that truth zone all of a sudden again. You sure it's going to be fine?
Start interrogating each other, like it's over arrest. Just over arrest.
I'm gutted. I was just about to ask Sephi a question and it ran out. Next time.
Next time. We'll get on next time. Next time round. If only Livy was here, I would have embarrassed Nim so hard in that zone of truth. I bloody would have.
I don't
Would
think
you
he'd get
now?
embarrassed. I think he'd say what you felt.
Exactly.
Be honest.
I think it'd be Livy that would get embarrassed.
Yeah. It's just too much dancing about.
We-
Just get it out
we
on the
could
table.
He'll just respond with a shipping between Old Phelan and Sephi.
I don't know what you mean.
You would get a truthful answer of we would both look at each other and go, there's no feelings. Is it attraction? Maybe. I didn't say feelings were involved.
Okay.
I don't like this idea.
Which one?
All doctors, I really don't like this. I'm not gonna lie, I'm uncomfortable. It scares me. I'm uncomfortable.
Be fine.
It's okay to be
And I
afraid.
will happily have this conversation on the walk there. I'm uncomfortable.
It's okay. We'll look after you.
Yeah, I'm not stressed that we're not going to look out for each other. It's more that we don't know what's in it.
That's half the fun, though, isn't it?
Is it? Yeah. I don't know about you, but I don't like not knowing things.
Yeah, but we find out things by doing it.
Yeah.
And then we discover, and then we get the rush. Discovery.
Prod.
The rush, Chris Hemsworth? No, okay. Well, what I'll say is because I need to do some prep if we're going that way. So you guys, as the group, then will head towards underneath the dragon's wing of the towards the manor wall, towards the homestead instructed by Archduke Salanway as the last residence known from the Good Doctor, or Dr. Curian now that you know as. Simple house, 2-story, just an up and a downstairs. There's no rooms outside of that. It's probably similar size to Sephi's home, just a second tier to it. Checking it over, there's not much. The house is mostly empty. The contents, the cupboards are empty. The drawers are cleaned. It's mostly vacant. But you will find there is around the rear of the building, there is like those double sort of basement doors that lead below. And we'll have you go that way next session towards Dr. Curian's basement. And that's what gives you some time to do some prep, because I'm not ready. Simply. I don't want to just slap this together. I want to do
I
some
mean, hey, if
do
you don't
some
want
stuff
this
with
to
this.
end, we can go sit in a tavern somewhere and we can bully each other in a zone of truth. Like, if that's what you want us to do, if you want us
I
to
mean-
fanny about for the next like half an hour to 45
You want to do some
minutes.
RP? That's absolutely fine. In terms of combat, I'm not ready.
Yeah.
Phil Moose can answer
You can
a few more questions.
Yeah, you had questions, Moose, right?
What do you mean? I have one question for old Sephi.
Right, ask away.
We don't even need a zone of truth. She might be truthful.
I mean, yeah, she's not going to be.
I don't know why you would
Don't know
think I
what
wouldn't
you're
be
talking
truthful.
about.
I don't think we've been told yet, but what exactly is it that Sephi stole?
Oh.
What do you mean?
Well, on the last job that you did,
Oh,
that ended up leading into you being what you are, you stole something, but you've never told us what it was that you stole.
I don't think she remembered it.
for a
first.
long time I couldn't remember. I will say, for a long time it was just kind of black. Not too long ago, I kind of dreamt it, and it feels right. So I think it was the memory rather than just a dream. So obviously we know the Kennedys used to live here. Kennedys, big fancy house, lots of valuable stuff. They had a big fancy carriage, and me and Barra kind of got wind that there would be something valuable in this carriage. There was a big crate. Went to open it, and then something shot out at me, and I kind of blacked out.
Is it a coffin?
I don't think so. It was a crate.
Holy Grail sized.
Yeah.
But you were given this job to steal something.
I mean,
Okay.
we knew they had valuable shit. It wasn't. It's not like work we did where we're assigned to get fancy stuff. We thought there was valuable shit that we could steal and sell. It's that simple.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Moose, I said we're all being so honest and truthful. What did this person who died that you're trying to resurrect die for?
I don't even know. I think they're just old.
Maybe we can help resurrect this person if we have information.
Yeah.
Did you know this person? Were you like a child or a servant?
No. I mean, I don't really have that many memories. Do you know when you've got to do something? Like you've got to do something.
Yes.
And that's it. That's the thing you've got to do.
Have you ever met this person, or did you just awake knowing you have to save this person?
No, I think we spoke a little, very little, and then I don't know. It's all very confusing. Do you know when you have memories, but you're not sure if they're your memories? Like you have an image in your mind, but you're not sure whether that was from your point of view or whether you were over there or whether you even existed. Does that make sense?
Let's say yes.
Makes sense, but that's not a normal thing.
Well, I mean, you've been to my house.
Is it your house, or is it the person who's died's house? Do you have a name for this person? Seems rude just to call him a person.
Yeah, his name's Melvin.
Is it Melvin's house or your house?
My house.
Did you inherit
Melvin
it?
doesn't live in it.
Did you inherit it?
Well, it's my house. You've been to my house, right? You've been in. You saw all the designs everywhere.
Yeah, great tea.
You saw all the great. You're correct. Great tea. You saw all the spare parts lying around.
Yeah.
On the topic of tea, actually, that's really interesting because you don't drink, Moose, do you?
No.
So why do you have so much tea?
I've guessed. You give them tea.
How often did you have guests before we came over with you?
Never.
So why would you expect them to have like tea prepared for them?
Well, you plan for it, don't you? One day you'll have guests, and then if I didn't have tea, you'd be really upset. Now I feel like you're grilling me for me looking ahead and
No, I
seeing
think-
that one day maybe I'll have
That's
someone
well-
there to make tea.
Well prepared.
Do you
what
remember preparing? Do you remember purchasing all of that in anticipation of guests?
Can't say that I do.
Why did you join the vault, Moose? Were you trying to find Melvin?
Sorry?
Why did you join the Vault Hunters? Were you hoping to find Melvin to get?
Not find him. I think again, very, very personal. It's very
I think we can share
a
now.
lot.
We've been through
a
a lot,
lot.
and you know of our personal stuff.
I mean, I've been through a lot with Sephi. The rest of you are kind of new here.
Most amount of times I've saved your life.
Let me just do a quick check on that. How many times have you saved my life? Nim 0.
I seem to think when you were unconscious, being eaten by those brain things, I was right there protecting your body. May not have picked you up, but I protected your corpse.
I didn't see that. I've only got your, word for it.
Why would I lie? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Have you known me to lie?
It's normally our Livy that was, saving the day with the old getting me up kind of routine.
Livy.
But
We should go get her in case you go down again.
Nope.
That's a good idea.
No.
Should be nice.
yeah, I mean,
What have you got against Livy, Faith?
Right. Again, we've had this discussion. I don't have anything against Livy. But unfortunately, we can't just drop everything that we've done and go.
Can.
Alright, if we were going to do it, we should have done it the second she left. But we didn't.
As I said when it happened, we should.
Yes, Nim, and who actually listens to you around here other than Livy?
That's a good point.
Exactly.
Moose does.
When
When I open a door,
Moose opens every door. He doesn't need someone to tell him to do it. He looks at one and goes, "Oh, door."
he listens to me.
Okay.
In the nicest way possible, if you don't want to be here, if you want to go and find Livy, you are more than welcome to do so. No one is holding you hostage here.
No.
If you don't want to be here, off you fuck.
This is true, but I can't leave you all to die without me.
Oh, I was going to be so cruel, and I am so not throwing that in there today. Oh, I'm not doing that today. No. We'll save that for a rainy day.
I can't tell. There's a bit of darkness on your camera. Oh, it's just a bit of shade. That's all that is. Never mind.
The devil has appeared on one shoulder. An angel saying, "Don't do it."
Yeah. I was going to be so dramatic there. Push Livy out of this conversation, right? She's not here. Let's just push that aside. Moose, this is going to be something I'm gonna throw your way, and I don't want it to complicate or it be something that this could end up being like a whole different thing, and this has like a whole identity crisis thing, right? But obviously you say you have like memories and you feel like they're not yours. And Do you think there's a possibility?
All the time.
No. Yes. Yes. I'm aware. Yes.
Sorry, go on.
No. Do you think there's a possibility, almost like Sephi, where
And
there's just hear me out, right? Hear me out, right? Let me do my thing. Sephi obviously has her condition, and if anything ever happens, the condition goes away, right? And it goes on to something else, right? Is there a possibility that the person you're looking for is actually yourself? Do you, like, the way that it sounds is that you're looking for Melvin, because that's who you're, that's what you're linked to, that's your memory, that's your core, that's how you feel like you need to do it. But from what you've said, you have somebody else's memories, and you're doing something because you're trying to figure something out. And I feel that whatever happened to Melvin went from whatever Melvin was to what you are now. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
That you're trying you're trying to unlock things to understand what's happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you are Melvin. The Melvin you're looking for, you are that person. You just haven't figured that out yet.
Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there?
Oh yeah. I'm assuming it's to do with the cube, because you see that's what links your memories, right? You get pieces out, and that helps figure things out.
Mm-hmm. My cube. Yes.
Yes, your cube.
Do you remember your attachments to the things that you've found in it so far? Have they unlocked memories already, or is it a case of when they're all there, you think something might happen?
It's all sort of, again, they're pieces to a puzzle, and you've got to solve one puzzle to solve the rest of them. I sort of recognise the doll. I'm with you. The helmet, I sort of remember floating around. Not as in like actually floating around, but I remember it being present. The ring, I'm sure he was always wearing the ring. But the fold-up boat, couldn't tell you. No idea. Maybe he used it on the river around the town. I don't know. What's really weird is why was Melvin the only actual guy in Clockwork City? Like, what's he doing there? Really strange. Lots of questions.
Another question would be, did he know that he was going to pass? Because to put those things in you, he was wearing them. He must have known something.
I can only assume so. I think he's created me to give him more.
But he put them away for him, so he knew something was coming. Maybe he was hiding in Clockworld.
Maybe. I don't know. Jordan, I've got a question for you. Off like top table.
Yeah.
The attunement requirements for my little box. Would I know about the requirements, or do I just attune to it, not knowing about the requirements?
No, yeah, you probably as any magical item, you probably assume that it's the same case as a weapon or armor, that it's how to make it work.
Mm-hmm.
Part of that. So yeah, it's not something particular to yourself or the item. In theory, someone else could do the attunement as well.
Okay. Just one about my wonderful magical box. That's what she said.
Amazing.
Fuck's sake.
Hey.
I'm back in the room.
Again. It's a weird one. And it's pretty weird for a few reasons. Here. And I'm going to offer it over to someone to just carry or hold.
I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. If you would just walk down that road for a little bit.
Get on the road.
And as Nim walks away, he gets to a certain point, and this box just sort of vanishes from his hands and reappears. This is just one of its strange features. It's always with me. The reason I bring it is because I can't leave it.
Interesting. Can you store things in it?
I can't put anything in it. I don't even know how to. The only time we've managed to open parts of it when you've helped and guided me, and often more times than not, it doesn't land on the side I need to open. The puzzle mechanism sort of refuses that. It's almost as if it's been earlier on. It was as if it was trying not to be opened. Do you understand? Like it has its something in telling it not to be ready, not to do its thing. And the more we've adventured, the more I've learned. Because I don't know whether you've noticed, but I have. I didn't quite get people. I still don't. I still think you're all a bit weird, and you all do strange things. But the more, I suppose, human is probably the term, although none of you are human, so it doesn't really work. The more the box wants to be opened. I can feel it in my non-bones. And what's even more terrifying, and this is something I don't remember, is the only person who can use this box is someone who's killed for the box.
What, sorry? Killed?
Yes.
You have to have killed someone to use the box.
Mm-hmm. Specifically.
So I take it, when you first obviously rolled the box, you have no memory or anything, or were aware that you had done something before you rolled it? Did you just start rolling it?
I just saw. My perspective is I woke up one day naked, and I don't mean without clothes, I mean naked. None of this, and he sort of points at his own skin. And there were a few things around me. One was the box. One was this. One was a small note, just explaining that this had been sewn together meticulously so that I could blend in more. And it would all make sense.
Is there a reason you chose to be a gnome?
I didn't choose to be a gnome. I was made to be a gnome.
No, but obviously you said you woke up naked, so you obviously have had to put something on. Like when you put something on, referring to obviously yourself, did you just naturally do that?
Yeah, I put the thing on because it was there.
Yeah, there was no goblin skin there. there was a gnome skin. That's what I think he's trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. And it was
Your
made
memory-
specifically for me. I mean, it fit.
Your memories of
Not the
Melvin.
glove, but better.
Your memories of Melvin. Did he look like you? Is he trying to create himself, his own image?
Honestly, they're too fuzzy and that to have specifics. The guy looked like a gnome. He was small and old and smelled of dust.
Where you're tall, striking, and young.
Exactly. Correct.
How long have you been awake?
Oh god, that's a bloody good question. How long have I been awake? That is a bloody good question. I think, if I'm right in remembering, I'm about 3. Like, I've been conscious for about 3 years.
You know what? That explains a lot.
Yeah.
The doors are making a lot of sense.
Uh-huh.
A lot of things are making a lot of sense. Was there a Mrs. Melvin? Family Melvin you could talk to?
I've never seen any photos, nor have I met any family. Couldn't tell you.
Do you know anything about Melvin? Maybe we could ask some questions. Surname, family.
I know he's old.
And smells of dust. It's a
That
lot to
smells
go
of
on.
dust.
It's a lot to go on.
I know he liked making machinery. I know he lived in Clockworld, and it would not surprise me if the little fucking pointy-eared fuck knew Lazarus and all of that ilk. I mean, he'd lived there for many years, and he fucked around with machinery, so he probably helped them in some way.
You've got quite a vocabulary for a 3-year.
Oh, you hang around people like yourselves, and you pick it up. People swear an awful lot.
Not me.
Yeah. Really?
No.
So I think Moose, once this is done, we'll help you find your Melvin.
And you may have noticed. I don't know whether you have noticed, but you may have noticed that I seem to have a drive for bringing people back. So I think you may be right that I'm supposed to be bringing him back. And my first attempts, whilst amusing, didn't exactly work.
You see, Moose, my worry is once you bring back, might not have use for you.
Well,
If
he tries to turn me off, I'll turn him off instead.
No, I don't think it's that. I think that if we go off the theory that you're meant to be Melvin, that once you've finished that cube, you won't be you. You'll be Melvin. If that's basically what's happened here, is that once you've unlocked everything that you've done in the past 3 years will be completely wiped, and then you will be Melvin, and he'll just go back to doing whatever Melvin was doing.
better not. We're not losing.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not really a good thought. I don't really like the idea of Moose not being Moose.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, if you are carrying a part of Melvin's consciousness or something, because you have some memories, if he comes back, presumably takes that back. What does that mean for you?
I don't think you should rush in opening the rest of that box.
I mean, this isn't one of those things where you... Do you know when you get to choose to get drunk?
Yeah, I think he's not got a choice about that. If Moose goes and Melvin takes over, would you like us to switch Melvin off to bring Moose back?
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, right? Like, I know that this is going to achieve something for me. This is going to be... This is what I was made for. Let's put it in that terms, right? As sad as it is, I was made. I'm obviously conscious. I don't know about a soul. I'm not. No offense to those that follow the gods, but I don't know about that. What I do know is I know. I've been around long enough to realise I know who I am. I've been around long enough to realise that most people are idiots, and do weird things. But I also know that this is my purpose, right? Like we've got a purpose. We've got something we need to do, all of us, and this is mine. And if I achieve it, then I've achieved what it is that I was after, right? And if that means that Moose is no longer Moose, it probably means that I am a part of the other guy. So if you're going to turn him off, you're actually turning me off as well. And there's no promise that the small part of him that is me stays. You could just be wiping me for the second time. Of course, that could all just be wrong, and Melvin comes back and just goes home.
But if Melvin takes our Moose away, we might have to turn him off.
Well, this is a conversation you'll have to have with Melvin. I might have to write him a note, just in case.
Yeah.
It'll probably just read, "fuck you."
You pointy-eared little fuck, right?
I'd be disappointed if they didn't say that, to be honest.
Got me feeling all sad now, by the way.
Yeah, you know what? That conversation's really ruined my mood.
Okay, well, let's all pick on the orc then.
Oh.
Joking.
I don't think we need to poke and prod at the orc.
The orc must be really confused what the fuck's going on.
Just letting me kind of sensed that this was all a very personal thing and very content to just listen respectfully.
Yeah. Thought it was really personal, so I thought stand there and listen to your deep darkest secret.
Not even take a walk on the block or anything, just gonna stand there and listen, absorb that information.
Just nodding away.
I mean, sometimes it does feel more awkward to leave in that situation because that's like drawing attention to you. You just kind of.
Sorry, is this boring you? You fuck? Where are you going?
Orcish was just looking for a way to butt in, but just no, this is a good time to talk.
Also, I need to understand who it is that I'm, hanging around with for a while.
If you want to be with us.
We're all pretty broken, all pretty sad.
Moose, do you want us to change the conversation? Do you want us to pick someone else? Shall we pick somebody else?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I don't think I've much more to say, to be honest.
But Moose, does it feel good to be sharing, or is it horrible? Is it good to get it off your chest?
Well, I mean, 20 minutes ago we were all happy and smiles, and now I'm really fucking depressed. So Yeah, I mean, this is probably the reason I've been avoiding it this entire time. Is because now I just feel like I want to go jump off that bridge.
Yeah, but now we can move on.
So we can stop asking you, and you can stop like skirting around. You know.
Speaking of skirting around and asking, what happened to your kids? And I'm going to look at Phelan. Child. One child that you've lost.
We know what happened. He's gone through this before.
No, I remember. My memory's terrible.
Went off,
we
came back.
There's a whole cube about it. You know, you've got a whole artifact on your memory. We know it's shocking.
You guys did use his head as a battering ram not long ago, so.
Yeah,
I don't think we quite got all the dents out. I think that's the problem.
Phelan went off, came back, village burning, child taken by rogue people, knocked out. No?
Yeah, but what? Yeah, but why?
I don't know why.
No.
That's my biggest issue, is that I don't know why my child is missing. I don't know why they decided to slaughter my entire village and take... I mean, other people's kids could have been missing. I don't know if it's just mine or if there's multiple, but nobody else is now still physically standing, and if they were there, they were gone by the time I got back. If there's someone from my village, I haven't bumped into anybody. I don't know anything if any of them are still standing. I don't know if they're looking, if they're doing anything about it. I there's so many questions that I don't even have answers to. All I know from my point is that I left the morning to do my usual stuff of go out, hunt, come back. By the time I got back, the village had been ransacked. Everything was burning. I got back to my house. The doors had been ripped off. The place was trashed. My wife was dead. My child was missing. And I got a glimpse of cloaked figures, and I have been chasing them pretty much ever since. I managed to get a hold. I got close once, and my child was just at my fingertips. I physically fingertip away from grabbing a hold of my child until he vanished with my child in a puff of smoke. I don't know anything else. I don't know what they're doing with him. I don't know what they were planning to do. I know they're fiends, and it's why I have a natural gift to find them. Again, you could ask questions. I don't know if I'd have the answers, but that's the extent of my knowledge. Excuse me?
Look, you said you saw cloaks. What colour were the cloaks?
They were black.
Similar to the cloaks of the guys in the church.
Yeah, but I mean, a black cloak's a black cloak. It's not like I could. It's if it had like any distinctive markings, I wouldn't be able to. Like, there was nothing on it. If I was to look the person, like the thing in the face, it would be a fiendish kind of face. Probably more along the lines of like a skeleton kind of vibe.
You're definitely sure it was its face and not a weird mask of some sort.
Again, that's all my extent of my knowledge. It could be a mask. But I didn't get close enough to them to cause any form of harm or get close enough to find anything that's for me to identify. I have a necklace that pings.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives me it's more or less like a vibe. If something associated with that pops up, the necklace glows. And from where I've been so far, nothing's come up. Then that's my issue, is that when that stopped, from where I was going, there was nothing. The trail went completely cold. I had a point of following and a point of tracing and tracking. And then once him and my child disappeared in front of my eyes, everything's been cold. I haven't found anything on it since. Nothing. Not one piece of information. Nobody knows anything about them. Anytime I've spoken to anybody within anywhere that I've been, nobody knows anything on them. I don't even think people know what they are. I don't even know what they are. I know they're fiends, but I couldn't tell you anything else other than that.
You know, I've got this hand. I'm just going to pull out this rotting hand.
Even the music left the show.
This is like Jinx and that lock of hair. Check this out. I have this. What is it? I don't fucking know. I just have it.
You know, you could, if I give you this, you could use it to try and talk to the dead and ask the dead questions. If you've got lots of, you say lots of your village were murdered. Mm-hmm. I'm going to imagine there's a lot of undead out there. You could try and talk to them and get some questions or get some answers.
Like, do you just like hold the hand and talk to the hand, or?
Well, you hold it and then you say the phrase. I'm going to put the hand down before I say the phrase because I don't want to activate the hand by accident. So you just hold the hand and you just say, "Well, talk to me." And then you basically become a conduit for any spirits that are nearby. You don't get a pick, unfortunately, just any that are nearby. And yeah, you get to ask it a few questions. Pretty simple stuff. I mean, there are a few downsides, you know, like as with any ghost, it could try and fight you through the rights for your own body and whatever. But you know, that's just minor pieces. I'm sure you won't mind that.
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
So we went from you feeling depressed, Moose, for now asking about Phelan's child that's gone missing and talking dead. We're going to lighten the mood.
Well, talking about other people's problems cheers me up.
Okay.
Not saying that I find that your child being, you know, taken away from you, possibly tortured and isolated, cheers me up. I'm just saying that your problem cheers me up.
Excellent. Excellent.
Because it means I'm not the only one with a problem.
No, definitely not.
Maybe less talk of the old torture air moose, probably.
I thought we were trying to be truthful. I was just saying the thought that was in my mind.
Okay.
You know, sometimes we say truths you don't like. It goes both ways.
How do you mean?
Well, you know when I said that Melvin might come and take over and get rid of you in the place that made you sad?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Phelan. When you say that their child might be tortured or dead, it doesn't make them feel very nice and happy.
Like visible confusion.
See, so some things that we make, like Phelan made the child, if we lose or think it's lost, it upsets us.
Mm-hmm.
And because you can't find the thing that he made, talking about it upsets him.
Okay.
So
we shouldn't talk about it at all.
I'm saying you have to think about what you're saying, because not only saying this thing that Phelan made was taken, it's been disassembled possibly and hurt, which makes Phelan feel very bad. That thing, something that Phelan made and loves, has been disassembled or hurt.
I think I get you.
So you could talk about this thing that Phelan lost, Silas, but to say it's been possibly disassembled, even though you're thinking it, might not be what Phelan would be wanting to hear.
So you've got to be careful with what you say because other people have a problem with the thing, even though the thing may be true.
Yes, this is
You
where
don't say the thing.
you have to think, would that upset me if I had made something and then someone had taken it away and then disassembled it? How would you feel? You wouldn't like it.
But I will try not to say the thing.
Now have a think how it'd make you feel. And then try and gauge you that.
I don't know.
Say someone
I've
took
never made anything, so I don't know.
Well, say someone took that cube away, which is your only link to Melvin, and then they took it away and possibly disassembled it. I don't think you're very happy because you won't be task.
Well, if they took the cube away, I think it was quite funny because it's just going to reappear anyway.
What if they had special magic that's allowed?
If they had special magic that could take the cube away, well, then I'd probably just have to turn them off.
But what if you couldn't find them to turn them?
I'd know where they were because they'd got the cube.
Yeah, but the magic is not letting you see the cube.
You see, I think we're going down a rabbit hole here of what ifs and.
And that hand still on the floor in front.
Yeah, this is the weird magic hand. I'm just saying that I'm not saying I understand because I don't understand. I don't get what you mean. I understand that sometimes the words that I say upset you. I get that.
Not me.
No, well, not you. But for example, when I suggested turning off Sephi's sister, she got very upset. I thought it was a bit weird that she was upset because I'd offered a solution to the problem. I mean, I thought it was a very good solution, but she seemed very visibly upset with me.
And
then when I decided to I tried to make the mood a little bit lighter by having a joke with her, pretending that it didn't work. And she looked even more visibly upset because I thought I was being funny. But apparently not.
Let me see if I can explain this in a way that this will make it a bit more clear. See, when we used your head as a battering ram. Right, that obviously hurt. Right.
I mean, yeah.
To an extent, that was hurt. When the words you say cause that pain, like us using you as a ram, your words being you, and then we hit the door, you saying the words that come out your mouth right at the door, that then hurts. It's not more or less of the. It's more about being sensitive. If we put a pillow in front of the door, it wouldn't have hurt as bad, right? So when you're discussing things that could possibly upset someone, you put a pillow. So you can say something, but soften it so it doesn't hurt as much. Does that make sense?
But then, if we'd put a pillow on the door, we may not have got through.
Yes, but it then wouldn't have hurt you as much, and that's what would have made things easier. If it didn't hurt you as much, then it would be less pain.
So physical pain is the same as
emotional pain.
Feelings pain.
Yes.
And we use pillows
to soften the blow.
To soften pain. And our words are the pillows.
Yes. You use your words to soften things. So if the way you spoke about my child, you would go, instead of going, oh, he could be dead or tortured, you would go, there's a possibility of harm. That's not as harsh as going, your child's being tortured or dead. Same with Sephi's sister being turned on and off. you would go, is it maybe okay if we try a resurrection spell? Instead of just going, well, just turn her on and off. It'd be, do you think it's okay if I try a resurrection spell? Which then would make it wouldn't sound as harsh on Sephi, and then she would be more open to the idea.
Then maybe just a suggestion: don't joke about people being dead, because when we lose somebody like that, it hurts.
Like being thrown through a door.
Yes.
Kind of.
If you were to equate the pain or the feeling of loss to a physical pain, what would it be?
I think probably the easiest way is like if somebody took one of your limbs off, or maybe a couple of your limbs off,
Pull a
and
couple
they were
of wires.
always gone. They were always gone from you. You could never get them back.
Couple of wire cutters, and they don't fix as easy. It takes time to mend the wire. Not for you, obviously. You could mend yourself, but if somebody was to do something and you couldn't mend yourself, if we were to take wires, it would take a while to fix and replace.
Or
Well-
like how we took that Warforged apart. If someone did that to you, if they just like took maybe like an arm and a leg off or something,
Oh, what if
and
you
you could
found?
never have them back. Imagine like you could never make the parts that fit you anymore. There would be no way of getting them back.
Perhaps, maybe, if you found out that you could never get Melvin back, no matter how hard you try, no matter what you do,
That's
you
a
could
bit real.
never get Melvin.
That's a bit real.
No, but that's he's asking a question. That's how Sephi felt about her sister. Joked. She thought, I'm never going to get her back.
You can see Moose just sort of like processing.
I'm
Can't
really
really put it in.
thankful. I'm really thankful that you did it and that it worked. Yeah, could have done without the joke and thinking that she wasn't going to come back.
I think I get it. I think I don't get me wrong. I may not get it, but I think I get it, and I shall try not to be so. What would the word be? Not blunt.
Brutal.
Rough.
Precise?
Yeah, precise.
Precise, I think, is
To
the better
point.
word.
Even.
To the point. I think I'll try and put a pillow in.
Very good, Bruce.
To you lot, anyway, the grey fuck over there can piss off.
You know that's fair. You can say whatever you want to anybody else as long as they're not in any form of pain. Bash on.
Do you mean grey fuck? Do you mean our orc friend?
Mr. Orc, are you in any form of pain at the moment?
No.
No. Yeah, fuck off.
No. Moose, this is our new friend.
Oh. I don't know. They're trying to extort me.
Our friend is going to help us rescue Livy from the cults. And you like Livy. She saved you so many times. So we'll keep walk around.
And Livy is currently under control by a group of people that we believe may wish her some form of harm.
Exactly. So we're going to get this done, get to that town.
Okay, you can stay. For now.
Thank you.
Once we get Livy, baby, go fucking.
How pointy are your ears? I'm going to look at the ears.
That normal orc is.
Normal,
No.
normal orky ears or normal human ears?
It's the teeth you have to worry about, this. Pointy
Mm.
teeth.
Pulls up in
Pointy
Discord and
teeth.
zooms in. Let me see those ears. Let me see them. What's
is-
on there?
This is a new
Take
fetish I
measure
didn't
out.
want.
Tape measure.
It does
Yeah,
have big
yeah.
tusks coming up, like the teeth thing.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
lovely. I think that's a good. Let's stop on the ear fetish, shall we? That'd be lovely. We managed to get out some quite useful RP in the last 50 minutes. I didn't think we were going to get anything from this, but this was good. This was fantastic.
We
I am
can all
very,
Yeah, we
Waste
waffle
time.
pure shit. We just.
I am very gutted no one used the hand. By the way, I'm ready on that shit. It is fun. It'll be interesting, but Tony, you got to push that shit. You got to get him to use it.
I was literally with my hand.
As soon as that zone of truth drops, here we go. Here we go. Where's that moose?
I was thinking about taking a step backwards out of it, but I thought I can't get away with that.
Yeah, I was so expecting him to go. Now the good thing about this is I can leave. I was expecting him just to walk out and go.
Just,
Yeah,
or just say,
since
the
we're all
good thing about
trusting
this is
everyone.
I don't have to answer, and then just not say anything.
That's it.
Very good.
Wait,
Very good. Maybe next time. I'll
That moose has
I'll
got 50.
remove my suspenseful music because you didn't use the hand. So that's keep planting.
Phelan,
If I say it,
want to talk
use
to
it.
your dead wife, who probably isn't here because it's only spirits from around here. But you wanna...
That's why. That's why it wasn't like a. I'll use
It's-
it. It was. Moose went. It's people around here, so it could be anybody. And I'm like, well, then what's the fucking point?
It's random,
Yeah.
completely random. DM says whoever it is, but it could
God.
be literally
Oh my
anyone who's
God.
died.
Take your wife. Damn you.
You're like, so who am I talking to? It is Star.
Oh no! Don't do it. Come on, dude.